Welcome to the Wednesday, November 12th, closed session meeting of the East Bay Mud Board of Directors. Director Katz will be participating from a remote location. Could you please give us the roll call, Madam Secretary?
Director Chan?
Present.
Director Gomez?
Here.
Director Katz?
Here.
Director Lewis?
Here.
Director Odie?
I'm here.
Director Smith?
Present.
President Young?
I am here. Go on to public comment. Are there any members of the public online for public comment?
No online public comment and no public comment in the audience.
Okay, well then, in that case, we will now convene to conference room 8 to discuss closed session agenda item 1, and we're scheduled to return here at 1:15. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, regular closed session meeting of the East Bay Mud Board of Directors. Director Andy Katz is participating from a remote location. Madam Secretary, if you could call the roll.
Director Chan?
Here.
Director Gomez?
Here.
Director Katz?
Here.
Director Lewis?
Here.
Director Odie?
I'm here.
Director Smith?
Present.
President Young?
I am here. Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we now will recognize East Bay Mud Service Award participants for the period of July through September 2025, and our East Bay Mud veterans. Clifford?
Yes, so we have Siobhan Tuvo here, our Senior Human Resources Analyst, who will talk about our service awards.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm honored to present the Service Award recipients for the first quarter of this fiscal year. Our Employee Recognition Program at the district includes 4 elements. They are our Peer Recognition Program, Local Celebration, Employee Recognition Month, which is in March, and our Longevity and Service Awards. And our service awards are what we are doing today. Won't advance. Thank you. So our Service and Retirement Awards are given for every 5 years of continuous service, and they include a district pin, a certificate, and a gift. Employees that have reached 20 years of continuous service receive the wooden water drop, and retirees may choose to receive a belt buckle or the buckle emblem placed on a vase. Retirees with 25 years or more also may choose to receive a wooden plaque. Today is very exciting because we have a 45 years of service recipient who is here with us. This is Regina Ware. She is an Information System Specialist 3, and she works in the Customer Services Support Division in Customer Information Systems. So very exciting. Congratulations.
It looks like we were violating child labor law. It's in the
awesome.
blood.
Or the walk.
Or the water.
Yes.
We also have additional recipients that are here as well that are celebrating their 30 years of service. And the employees that have 30 years of service as of the first quarter are Jeffrey Brule, who is pictured here on the right, David Cooney, Anita Dickey, Juan Gill, Robert Otterbein, Richard Porter, Jose Rubio, and David Valenzuela. And today, in person, we have David and Anita. Congratulations. Some additional photos there, David Cooney, and there is Anita receiving her certificate, as well as David receiving his certificate and pin. Our 25 years of service recipients are Alexander Boris, Edward Chang, Terry Cummings, and Megan Young. And I don't believe I have any here. Right? Oh, I do. I'm so sorry. Edward Chang. And Megan Young might be present on Zoom. I'm not sure. She was supposed to. All right. Our 20 years of service recipients are Carrie Blackwell, Laurice Brown, Eduardo Campos, Eddie Chung, Brian Dunstan, Bobby Johnson, Dennis Lingad, Edward Reibel, and Jason Schillem. I don't believe I have any 20s yet. We have another slide of 20s. We also have photographs of Laurice here and Dennis Lingard, both receiving their awards and their water drop plaque. I have some more 20s, sorry. Clayton Thompson, Eric Tyler, and Agnes Wan. And Agnes is photographed there and is also here with us. Our 15 years of service recipients. Angela El Telbani is here with us today. Joseph Hopkins, Aaron Jeffus, Charles Jaroge, Kevin Osborne, Todd Trinta. Thank you, Angela. 10-year list is quite long. Very exciting. So we have Yuri Bondarenko, Tom Bullock, who's pictured there on the right, Jesse Carrig, Grace Chan, Matthew Cooper, Spencer Cowenhoven, Jessica DeBlazes, and Jeremy Faith. We also have Frank Gonzaga, Tracy Heidersbach, Matthew Hoke, Sean Jing, Robert Korn, John Kotlar, whose photo is there on the right, Margaret Langry, who's pictured on this slide, Drew Lehrer, Andrew Lockwood, Rolando Lopez Puertas III, Jim Mangini, Eric McDonnell, Jawan Murray, Alfonso Nunez, and Divina Ojas Castro. Let's see. A couple more for 10 years. Photoed here, or pictured here rather, are Rolando Lopez Puertas III and Divina Ojas Castro, receiving their certificates. And our last slide of 10-year recipients, Terrence Riley, Christopher Roach, Timothy Suhu, Lam Ton That, Chen Wong, and I apologize in advance, Scott Zubrowski. I apologize. Would any of my recipients like to stand? No, I have a couple. Jen and all right, I'm sorry. Here's Tim and Chen receiving their certificates. And our 5 years of service recipients are Alexandro Andalon, Patrick Arginal, Vanessa Chi, Damian Iwata, Ben Lott, Noe Meza, Horacio Nunez, Charlie Owens, and Michael Petros, Justin Simpson, Valerie Weekly, and Timothy Zelensky. And I don't believe we have any present here. Oh, Valerie. All right. Snuck by me. All right, and that concludes our presentation of the service award recipients. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations.
Congratulations, everyone.
So in recognition of Veterans Day, which was yesterday on November 11th, we'd like to take a moment to honor all the veterans who came before us, those who stood alongside us, and those who are still serving us. Today, we want to honor those veterans and active service members among our employees and retirees. We thank you all for your protection of the liberties we enjoy and your continued contributions to both our nation and the district's mission. And we have Catherine Tate, our Senior Human Resources Analyst, to begin this presentation.
Thank you, General Manager Chan. Good afternoon, Board of Directors and General Counsel. Let me just scroll over. According to our Human Resources Information Systems, HRIS records, as of August 2025, we have a total of 80 employees who identified as United States veterans. A majority of our employees with veteran status are concentrated in operations and maintenance, followed by engineering and construction and wastewater departments. The next slides will have the names of our employees with veteran status in alphabetical order. I will not be reading the names of the veterans, but I will be scrolling through. Interspersed will be a slide or two of some images of our employees when they were in service. You might recognize some of them. And as you can see, they are coming from different departments. Here's a good one with dairy. So from all of us, thank you for your service, but not only for your military service, but in the values and leadership you each bring to the district and our community. Let us all carry forward the spirit of service and unity that you embody today and every day. Thank you.
Okay, we have no announcements from closed session. We'll now move on to public comment. Are there members of the public online?
I have one hand.
Okay, do you want to determine whether that's for an agenda or non-agenda item?
Yes. Matthias. Hi. Are you speaking on an agenda or a non-agenda item?
Non-agenda item.
Okay. Let me go
Okay,
ahead.
please, when prompted, please state your name and affiliation if applicable, and the topic that you'll be speaking to. Refrain from providing personal information such as your address or phone number during public comment. If that's needed, a staff member will contact you, will ask you to contact staff. The secretary will keep track of your time. You're allotted 3 minutes to speak. And she will inform you of when your allotted time has concluded, and we'd ask that you wrap up as soon after that, at that point or very soon after. And then after our online commenter, we will open it to public comment on non-agenda items. So I don't have any cards, so go ahead. Yep.
Your 3 minutes start now and your clock is on the screen.
Uh, Hello, my name is Matthias Gibson. I don't have any affiliation. I'm just a resident of Oakland. I'm a new EBMUD customer and recently moved into my own one-bedroom apartment after a previous history of shared housing. Prior to my last home, which was a single-family dwelling in Oakland, I never paid for water because it was usually a charge covered by the landlord or included in rent. And I believe this is the case for most apartment dwellings. In Oakland, in my last place, our EBMUD bill averaged about $150 a month, while PG&E was around $250, split between 4 people. Now I live alone, and I just got my first bill, and it was $100 with a $60 account startup fee, while my PG&E was about $30 with no account startup fee. For those that are following the math, my personal water bill went from about $38 to about $160, while my gas and electricity went from about $60 to about $30 per month. So all that is, I think the EBMUD has an issue with fairness in its billing structure due to the fact that its billing is almost all flat rate. Of the total 160 charges on my first bill, only $8 was for usage, and that was for 1 unit of water, which is about 748 gallons, which is well over what I would use in a month. Since those charges are for the most part not dependent on usage, EBMUD overcharges some customers to subsidize the use of others and incentivizes wasting water rather than conserving it, because you might as well use it if you're paying for it, or at least I think that's the logic some people might follow. People who live alone or in 1-bedroom units and are on their own water meter are being overcharged the most on a per person basis. I think people would go crazy and waste a lot of electricity and heating and cooling, et cetera, if this was the way that PG&E operated. I believe that it would make more sense to charge the service fees proportionally based on usage rate rather than a flat rate. That would be more equitable, and to find a way to right size the higher portion of per person costs that fall in 1-bedroom units that are on their own meter, since this is a rather small number of the multifamily apartment units that are bearing an exorbitant cost of the system. I should note that $43 on the bill is pass through for the City of Oakland sewer fees, and I've reached out to my city council member with the same request. Thank you for your time and attention and for considering my proposal on this matter.
Thank you very much. Would encourage you to send an email to the secretary of the district, and she can connect you with our head of customer service, who can walk through how these charges are established. We operate under constraints of Proposition 218 and Proposition 26, which severely constrain our ability to base charges on use alone. So I think we all appreciate your comments, and thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other?
No other online comment. We have one hand. Give me one moment. Former Director Frank Mellon, are you speaking on an agenda or non-agenda item?
I will speak on agenda item 14.
Okay, we will call you when we get to that item.
Thank you so much.
Okay. With that, we will move on to committee reports. The minutes for the October 28th, 2025 Finance Administration Committee were provided in the agenda materials. We'll now receive an update from this morning's Planning Committee and the Legislative HR Committee meetings. For Planning, Director Chan?
Sure.
The Planning Committee met earlier and received updates on, number one, the long-term water transfer option and sharing agreements, and two, wastewater electricity resiliency master plan, and three, Orinda water treatment plant disinfection and chemical systems safety improvements, project status update, and agreement amendments. That's the end of the report out.
Okay. Director Gomez?
Yes, so the Ledge and Human Resources Committee meeting met this morning, and we received a presentation about how we recognize our employees. Today, we saw one of the aspects how we recognize employees, but we also do local celebrations and peer recognition, including e-cards. And we are working on improving our staff communication so that everybody understands what's happening with our diversity and inclusion office. We also got a presentation from our employee benefits strategy. It's the third out of 4 different strategic priorities that we've been working on since 2023. And one of the things that we're really looking at is modernizing and making our benefits more flexible for our employees. And we recognize that we have quite a few strengths, including our very robust healthcare coverage, retirement programs, time off and leave, and employee support programs. But we're considering, like I said, expanding those flexible benefits and improving the benefit communication piece, because it's sometimes hard to understand all the different options that are available. So thank you to staff who did great making those reports today. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to the consent calendar. I have a request to remove item 8. Are there any other items that directors would like to pull from consent for further discussion? Okay, I'm hearing none. Do I have a motion for items 1 through 9, excluding 1 through 7 and item 9?
So moved.
Moved by Director Odie,
I'll second it.
seconded by Director Gomez. I believe we need to take a roll call vote because we have a member participating remotely. Madam Secretary?
Director Chan,
Yes.
Director Gomez,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Director Odie,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Aye.
President Young.
Aye, or yes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. For item 8, I don't have any cards for public comment, but Director Odie as the puller of the item.
Yes, thank you. I think if you recall, this was on the agenda two weeks ago, and it was pulled to do more meeting and conferring over a procedure change. And, my understanding is while some of those meet and confer efforts have finished, there are some for one of the bargaining units that I think needs a little more time. So I'd like to move to table this for another 4 weeks.
And I would like to request that the item go to probably Finance and Administration prior to coming back to the full board.
And maybe just, we can do that, but I'll just be clear, the meet and confer process has not concluded, and that will continue, so it hasn't concluded. But we can bring it to a committee first if you'd like.
I would not object to a friendly amendment to that motion.
Okay? I don't think there has to be a motion. I think it just directly
Okay.
from the chair.
Okay.
Okay, so item 8 is put off for more consideration. We will now move on to agenda item 10, which is the introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the EBMUD Employee Retirement System, ordinance number 40, sections 4A, 6, 21, 36, and 41. And presenting for that is Valerie Weekly, our Human HR Administrator. Congratulations on your service award.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, President Young and members of the board. We are here talking about amendments to the retirement plan ordinance, or the retirement system ordinance. There are quite a few changes we're talking about today. So high level, we are looking at changing section 4A, which talks about the term of retirement board members or elected retirement board members. Section 6 is an adjustment to the contribution rates for our 1980 plan members. Section 21 is an update to the mortality tables, as is 2021, but that change is retroactive. Section 36 is the addition of language to accommodate the new HIB tier that was negotiated in July of 2025. And Section 41, which implements changes to the required minimum distribution rules required by the Secure Act 2.0. Okay. Section 4A outlines the term for elected retirement board members. As a reminder, the general manager is a member of that retirement board, as are 2 of the board of directors. The additional 3 members of the retirement board are elected. 2 of those are employee seats. 1 of them is a retiree non-voting member. The current term is only 2 years. The 4-year term, the retirement board believes is kind of a better fit because there is a tremendous amount of training and, of course, institutional knowledge that those board members have to gain in order to effectively serve that board. And this change would impact members elected after January 1 of 2026. And you will note that there is a 3-year term for the retiree seat that is elected in 2026, just to ensure that we only have 1 election per year. Section 6, this changes the contribution rate for what we call the 1980 or classic tier members. In effect, currently the language states the contribution rate as 8.75, but that contribution percentage really represents the pension contribution plus the HIB contribution. So this new language, in effect, just separates those 2 contribution rates. So the new language will be 8.66 for the pension contribution rate, and then there will be a separate contribution rate for the HIB benefit. Okay, Section 21G. This updates the mortality tables. The first change is implementing the changes that were recommended November 21 of 2024, taking effect July 1 of 2025. And the second change is a retroactive change. There was an oversight in the 2021 ordinance change that, in effect, there was a section of language that really should have been taken effect in 2 different sections of the ordinance. That was only updated in 1 section. So this is actually changing it retroactively to the second section of the ordinance. And because other changes were made to the ordinance in 2023 and 2024, this error was not caught at that time. So we are making a retroactive change for 2021, 2023, and 2024. And it has been recognized that there is no benefit calculation error in this case. Okay, Section 36. Most of the changes we're recommending are related to the implementation of the new health insurance benefit tier. This just codifies those changes. The benefits will affect active members who retire on or after July 28, 2025, or those who are vested and separate following July 28, 2025. And some of the key changes you may recall were the escalator in the maximum benefit that includes some limits, a flat dollar maximum benefit regardless of marital status, and then, of course, there are different employee contributions associated with that tier. Okay, and IRS compliance. So so the Secure Act 2.0 actually impacts both the defined benefit and the defined contribution plans, more so the defined contribution plans. The one area that does change with the pension plan is the required minimum distributions. And as you can see, that changed in 2023 and it will change in 2033.
One sort of maybe stupid question. If somebody is still working when they're 74, do they, no, okay, it's only if you're collecting a pension.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, those who are still working for us are not required to start taking the contributions. Good question, though. Okay. And the next steps are to finalize these ordinance amendments is we will have a second reading, the November 25th board meeting, and then we will post it in the newspaper for 2 successive weeks. And then the changes will take effect 30 days after the vote to adopt in December 25 of 2025.
Okay, and these items were heard by the retirement board over the course of the last few months leading up to today's presentation. This is the introduction and first reading, so there's no board action required today. Are there any other questions from board members? I did have one question come across the table, which is that the changes for terms for elected retirement board members do not apply to the appointment of board members who are determined by the board president each year as part of our regular committee assignments.
Correct. Just to the appointed members are not impacted by this change.
Are there any other questions or clarifications?
So we don't need to approve the first
This is
reading?
there's no action. This is just the first reading.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments? I believe not. Okay, we will now, thank you, Valerie. We'll now move on to agenda item 11, which is to authorize a 15-year lease agreement with an option for a 10-year renewal with the Siesta Valley Foundation commencing tomorrow to manage and operate the Performing Arts Theater facility formerly known as the California Shakespeare Theater. This is the culmination of a year of fairly intense effort to recover from not a surprise, but untimely announcement that the Cal Shakes would be folding and looking for a successor to appropriately manage the property. Let's hear from Andrew Lee, our head of customer service.
Great. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. I think you cover a lot here. So I will start by giving the board some background, of course, and then walk through the request for proposal process that we have conducted that led to this lease that you're considering today. And then also review what the operating structure will look like under the lease. I will also give the board a kind of preview into the programming being proposed by the Siesta Valley Entertainment Group, as well as conclude with a recommendation. So this is a map, kind of help orient you in where the facility is. It's just located off of Highway 24, east of the Caldecott Tunnel, in the unincorporated area of Contra Costa County. The lease is for a total of 5 parcels with about 9.3 acres of land on and the facilities built on it. So Cal Shakes has been leasing this watershed land for, I think, a little bit over 36 years. They had a really successful run at it. And then, of course, COVID hit in 2020. And then in the summer of 2024, Cal Shakes decided to abandon the venue altogether and stop their production. And since then, the facility has been unused and unattended to. And so you can see on the picture to your right that what the current state of the facility looks like right now. Obviously, there's definitely needs some maintenance there. So we did recognize that this is a significant community asset, and it meant a lot to different people in our community. So in March 2025, the district issued a request for proposal to find an entity to help restore, manage, and operate the facilities, and really to help revitalize that venue. So through the selection process, Siesta Valley Entertainment LLC, also known as SVE, submitted the highest rated proposal. Their proposal met and even exceeded all 5 of our selection criteria. Those criteria are security and public safety, long-term financial stability for a long-term lease, watershed stewardship, and water education. Producing performances that reflect the diversity of our community, also programming and performances that will enrich our community that we serve. So here's a little diagram here showing what the operating structure looked like under the lease. And I'm just going to get into a little bit more detail on that. As the property owner, the district will lease the facility directly to Siesta Valley Foundation. The formation of the foundation is a requirement under this lease and will be the entity that the district will be doing business directly with. From there, the foundation will sublease the facility through a separate operating agreement to a for-profit operating company. So in this case, the for-profit company is Siesta Valley Bowl. So I'm going to get into a little bit more in the next couple of slides on what that structure looked like and their responsibilities from under each entity. So for the nonprofit entity, which is the foundation, they are going to be the leaseholder with the district. So under the lease, the foundation will carry out all the community-related activities. So it will be the public-facing element of this transaction here. They will develop and operate the Community Watershed Education Center as well as the native plant garden. They will fund major maintenance repairs as well as future capital improvements within the premises. They will perform initial repairs and prepare the site for the initial seasons beginning in June of 2026. So the foundation itself will be funded by donations, grants, $3 from every ticket sold, and 10% of the bowls before tax profits. I just want to highlight the district does have a voting seat on the board, and I believe, Dr. Young, you will be sitting on that board. So for the for-profit end of the transaction, the bowl will be the subleasee to the foundation. And just a little bit background on the Siesta Valley Bowl team. Their principals are locally located here in our service area. I think most of you live in our service area and our customers, so they have a vested interest in the long-term success of this venue here. They're also very experienced in managing and operating venues like this, and even much bigger than this. So under their operation agreement with the foundation, the bowl will be responsible for all operating funds and initial startup costs. They will stage all the performances and all the events. They will be responsible for the year-round security of that site, and food and beverage, and performing the routine maintenance of these facilities. So funding for the bowl will be investor driven and under a for-profit structure that is separate from the foundation. So let's talk about the rental considerations for the district. So the total lease term is for 15 years with an option to extend for an additional 10 years. So for years 1 to 5, the base rent is $12,000 plus $2 for each ticket that is sold for the events. And then during years 6 to 10, the base rent increased to $15,000 per year with CPI escalation annually, plus the $3 per ticket sale share. And then for years 11 to 15, the base rent jumps to $20,000 plus escalation yearly. and then with the ticket share of $4 per ticket sold. And then if we do move forward with the option, then years 16 to 25 will be based on the rent that we receive on year 15, and then go by escalation through the CPI. And then, of course, we get a ticket share of $5 per ticket. And that portion of the lease would, could be as much as $100,000 per year on top of the base rent. So just kind of give the board a quick preview of what the programming looks like for this venue here. The goal is to have 40 to 60 live musical performances annually between the months of April and November. There will also be film screenings that give family-friendly and low-cost community entertainment in the area. And they will also look at producing at least 5 productions based on the rich history of cow shakes. And then, of course, they will be offering year-round education program for local youth with a focus on, natural environment, as well as get them interested in performance arts. So with all that, staff's recommendation is to, for the board to approve this lease between the district and the foundation. And, I'll be here for any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Valerie?
Yeah, I just want to know what's the provision or the process by which you all, or the organizations will determine and agree upon annual maintenance, repairs, and improvements at the premises?
For the initial startup costs, I know the bowl has committed about $500,000 to get the venue started, to get it up and running. And then for the future years, this is a much larger commitment for the capital improvement portion, I think up to $5 million for a period of time to and continue to invest into the venue.
Is there an understanding as to what the expectation is initially for the startup, what things need to be repaired to what standard or what have you, and then to establish that and agree upon it each year thereafter?
Under the lease, they are responsible for getting the venue, basically all the maintenance work done. There's some minor size work that needs to be done. They need to restart the existing water system and sewer system on site. Those are all part of the startup costs that's built in the lease and the commitment from the Siesta Valley Bowl team to get this going in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, so they're going to be doing, I mean, they have to do the assessment. We've disclosed the information. There's also electrical upgrades, some seismic upgrades. As far as the maintenance that needs to be done, I mean, we will certainly meet with them and talk about the maintenance. They're also going to be meeting with, I think it's CAL FIRE, to look at the appropriate level of vegetation management in the area as well. So there'll be a lot of input in terms of what the maintenance is, but of course, I think it's their vested interest to make this an appealing venue. And
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I would add that's in the lease, and I know was part of the discussions, negotiation, was a commitment to actually making some significant upgrades to the facility. So I think there is a very much of a long-term commitment to restoring it, but going far beyond the basics of operation and maintenance.
So just let me say generally, I'm very much in favor and delighted and happy to see us go forward. I just say as a, good relative, sometimes it's good to know what expectations are and have a process to address that. So maybe it's something to think about more as you go forward. It seems like there certainly are some expectations that are just going to be driven by these things have to be done in order to get up and running. But I leave out there and suggest to you all to consider some way as you go forward annually to have some understanding, or if there's a disagreement as to the level of approach, that there's some way to resolve it equitably so we can all continue to be.
I appreciate that.
Well, it's part of the reason for having EBMUD have a representative on the board is to ensure that the terms, the communication, the resolution of any, disagreements, concerns, et cetera, have, at least a couple of ways of getting addressed, either through formal board process or, East Bay Mud's still the landlord, and will be able to exert the same kind of, control. And I think will be a little bit more hands-on than it was in the latter days of Cal Shakes. I don't know, Matt, if you have anything that you wanted to add to that, or?
Yeah, I want to say that all of the maintenance that is required annually is stated in the lease. All of the initial improvements that they have to make to get operational is in the lease. There's also an agreement in the lease. They will hire a firm that's going to do a 10-year capital improvement plan that they will be sharing with us, and we will weigh in on what we would accept. And then based on that, they will fund and start building out all of these improvements. So the lease contains your concerns, and the mechanisms are there to address them. And obviously, there are language in case they don't perform. We have the remedies there to be able to address that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Director Gomez?
First of all, I'm delighted that this is happening. I think it's exciting that we're going to have a venue like this again. And as a former theater mom, and having a kid who performed there a while ago, it's super exciting to see this coming. And I did have a couple of questions that were answered in my pre-meeting with General Manager Chan, but for the benefit of others that may not know. For example, this is in the unincorporated area of Contra Costa County, and so you guys will have to abide by all the county regulations, including noise ordinance and the like. So it was good to know that that's the case, and that we did look at other venue rental contracts to see if we were taking all the things into consideration that we needed to. And we also talked about, of course, indemnity clauses and all of the things that I would have had questions about, and it appears that it's a very solid document that we're going to be agreeing to. And then a tiny, tiny little thing is that as I was driving by there yesterday, the sign still says Cal Shakes, so it's one of the things that we're going to have to fix eventually. But anyway, thank you.
What, with spray paint, or? No, for real?
Really? Oh my gosh. Okay.
You didn't knock on wood?
It's there. You just drove past it.
Yeah, but we haven't signed, we haven't.
That was yours.
Sorry, it's not up yet.
No, it's not up yet, it's not up yet. But anyway, thank you, super excited about this.
Okay, why don't we, Kim Foster, who is the driver of Siesta Valley, why don't you come up and make your comments, and then we'll take a motion.
Sounds good. Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, good afternoon, directors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Campbell Foster, and I'm here on behalf of Siesta Valley Foundation and Siesta Valley Bowl. First, I want to express my deep appreciation to EBMUD staff, and especially to Matt Elawadi, who has been a fair, professional, and honest partner throughout this process. Andrew, you have a great team. His diligence and integrity have set the tone for a thoughtful and collaborative negotiation. Matt has been great. So the Siesta Valley project represents a unique alignment of EBMUD's mission and community benefit. It ensures that the district's land in the Siesta Valley watershed is protected, maintained, and enjoyed in a way that serves both the environment and the public. Under the proposed lease, EBMUD retains ownership and oversight of the property, while the Siesta Valley Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit, will invest in restoring the site, improving public access, and advancing watershed education and conservation. The mission operator, Siesta Valley Bowl, will generate revenue to support these ongoing stewardship efforts while delivering cultural and economic value to the East Bay region. For EBMUD ratepayers, this means a long-term, self-funding stewardship model. The land remains protected, the facilities are improved and maintained at no cost to the district, and the surrounding watershed gains a partner dedicated to conservation, wildfire mitigation, and community engagement. We are proud of the partnership that's taken shape and of the process that brought us here, transparent, collaborative, and guided by shared values, the shared values which are on the wall over here. We borrow many of the terms and concepts for the mission of the foundation, which is to preserve, protect, and enhance Siesta Valley. On behalf of everyone involved with the Siesta Valley Foundation and the Siesta Valley Bowl, I want to thank the board for its consideration and for EBMUD's continued commitment to public benefit, conservation, and community partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Cam, would you take a minute to introduce your colleagues?
Yes, I'm joined by one of my two business partners, Michael Karp. The other business partner is Tom Romery, who I believe is on Zoom. And we also have Council Joe Mekas here.
Thank you.
And I can answer questions too.
Yeah, if folks have questions for Campbell.
I just have one hand online for public comment.
Okay.
We'll find out if it's for this item or something else.
There was one comment that we got, which was what percent of the available nights are going to be for nonprofit programming? So I wanted to address that up front. So in 2026, so next year, there's, in all years, there's 214 days between April 1st and October 31st. Next year, the goal is to have 20 commercial ticketed live music events. That leaves 194 days for community programming, theater, nonprofits, all of that. That's 90% of the available time that's going to nonprofit programming. So I think that's a really important point.
Okay. And I would like to also add that we did have input and thoughtful conversations with Candace Anderson, Supervisor Candace Anderson's office, Assembly Person Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, as well as city managers from Orinda and Moraga, Council Member Wallachie from Moraga, and Mayor Makatani from Orinda.
And Lafayette. We also talked to Lafayette.
Okay, and Lafayette. So it's been, a good process of discussion. We are committed to making sure that all parts of East Bay Mud service area are engaged, not just the La Marinda folks. Look forward. I'm happy to serve on the board and would like to, let's get the motion underway and then we'll take the public comment before we vote.
I'd like to move.
Moved by Director Gomez,
Second.
seconded by Director Chan. Risha, our public commenter online.
C. Richardson, you should be able to unmute your mic. Is this regarding this item?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, C. Richardson. I am a constituent. Anyway, I think this is very positive, and I look forward to actually attending. But as a member of an informal group of dozens and dozens of people who pick up trash, I don't think that venues like this really grind home the fact that these are environmentally sensitive areas, and there's always trash left behind. If you could just consider or just put your heads together on the best way to have people in a very pleasant, happy way understand that they must not leave trash behind or come with leaky cars or any of that kind of thing. It would be so much nicer to not have to visit places like this and pick up trash after people. And of course, it protects our water. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay, well, without any further discussion from board members, let's vote.
Director Chan?
Yes.
Director Gomez?
Yes.
Director Katz?
Yes.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Odie?
Aye.
Director Smith?
Aye.
President Young?
Yes. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Alice, and, no, not here.
One more person I want to thank is
Michelle Workman, I think Kelly, and, boy, there was a lot of people who had their fingers on this one. Joe, Kathy, OGC, Thank you.
Yeah, definitely I want to recognize Derek McDonald for always work on this. Thank you for your guidance.
So a lot of hands make the work work. So thank you all. We will now move on to agenda item 12, our mid-session report on state legislation. Congratulations, gentlemen. I'm glad you don't have to take the sign down. And look forward to being at the site soon.
Yes, and we have Jennifer Williams here, our special assistant, to provide the mid-session update.
Thank you, General Manager Chan. Good afternoon, President Young, members of the board. I am here to report on our mid-session report on state legislation for the first year of a two-year session. As you all are probably familiar with, but I like to remind people, the legislative session for the first year ran from January to about mid-September, and then the governor had until the middle of October to sign or veto legislation. So this is our opportunity to come back and report out on bills that the board took position on. So I also like to provide a little bit of stats just to, I don't know, give some color or lack of color, since stats are not always fun. But there were about 2,400 bills introduced in the legislature this year. About 900 of those went to the governor, and he vetoed 123. So there were about a little under 800 bills signed into law this year. As you can see from the report, the board took positions on 14 bills, and we sponsored one bill. And also, what you may or may not notice in the report, but I want to highlight, is that it was a tough year for legislation that had costs associated with it due to state budget. And some of that is reflected in the status of some of these position bills. So before you is a report that includes bill numbers, status, and short narrative or summaries of the bills the board took positions on. And then there is an attached table that provides those same bills, but kind of categorizes them by topic or subject matter. So with that, it's a little bit of the overview, but I do want to provide some highlights. I'm not going to walk through every bill, but happy to answer questions on anything that I do mention or don't mention. So the good news, EBMUD did sponsor one bill this year, SB 858, or a provision in SB 858. That included an update to the MUD Act, specifically to extend the term of office for appointed board members, so that to ensure that a board member who was appointed does not have to step down on election day, and the term extends until the newly elected board member is elected and seated. And that bill was signed into law as part of the non-controversial committee bill. And so those provisions go into effect January 1st. So that was a great success for the district. We got that change to the MUD Act signed into law. Another great success for the district and other water agencies, AB 149, was the Public Resources Trailer Bill that included golden mussel provisions. So if you remember, I actually had the privilege to present to the board this summer on bringing this proposal to protect against the threat of golden mussel, with staff's direction to either work through a budget trailer bill or other legislation. The EBMUD and the water agencies we worked with were able to get language into the budget, into a budget trailer bill. And so the official position became support, and that was signed into law as a budget trailer bill that goes into effect immediately. So that is already in law. So that was also a highlight of success for the district. I'm going to walk through a little bit more in order of the table than just the written report. So the next things I want to highlight of interest to the district, but unfortunately not the successes maybe folks would have hoped for, We had two bills that the board had supportive positions on related to low-income water rate assistance programs. Those bills, AB 532, that one would have taken the approach of specifically allowing water agencies to develop and implement water rate assistance programs, and would have just provided cover. It wouldn't have changed or required us to change our cap program. But that bill, as well as SB 350, that took the approach of trying to do a statewide assistance bill, were both held in appropriations committees this year. So perhaps not the outcome all the support was hoping for, but as again, this is a tough budget year. And then I do also want to highlight a couple other bills, pollution prevention and PFAS-related bills. SB 682 was a bill that when it started out was a comprehensive approach to PFAS in the state, would have banned PFAS in a broad category of products. The bill was narrowed throughout the legislative process, trying to address industry concern. However, the governor did veto the bill and cited concerns with affordability of alternative cookware products, since cookware stayed in as one of the products that the PFAS would have been banned from. Again, partly due to industry opposition and probably also state budget and affordability concerns. And in a similar vein, on pollution prevention, AB 823 was a bill that would have extended the state's ban on microplastics in products to additional products than are what's required now, and would have provided a ban on glitter in personal care products. The governor also vetoed that bill, citing some concerns with if it was too broad of a bill capturing biodegradable products and alternative products. So also, again, not what everyone hoped for, but there you have those. I'm going to touch on just maybe two more and then happy to answer questions, of course. But I'm going to end with some other happier notes after sharing the not positive outcomes. So additional bill on recycled water, SB 31, this will help once it comes enacted or goes into effect January 1st. Additional uses of non-potable water, so recycled water. And then water theft from fire hydrants. SB 394 does not require, but allows agencies to impose higher fines and penalties for water theft from fire hydrants versus other forms of water theft. And that was signed into law. And with that, I'm going to stop and just, if you have questions, any other bills you want to know about. Director Odie?
Just a quick question. I think there was a CEQA reform bill that passed that did away with water as being a requirement to analyze, and that we were trying to fix that. Is there any progress on that, or?
So that's actually something that we will be, I hope it's okay to preview for the board. We're addressing that, and that will come to the board in the future as something for us to get direction from the board to work on in the next legislative session. But yes, we are looking at the impacts to water supply assessments and plan to have something to talk
Kathy,
about.
did you want to
Yeah.
speak to that one?
We did try to get a fix this year in the budget, but there just wasn't an appetite for addressing this among several other issues to be fixed that came up in discussions during the budget hearing. So as Jennifer's saying, we're going to bring this back next year with a fix, and we'll preview that or present it to you in December.
Okay, thank you.
And to clarify, the legislature didn't target water supply assessments. That was a collateral loss of the statutory exemptions that happened very quickly, right?
Correct. That would be a good way to say that. Okay. Well, then I'm going to stop talking, but I believe Kathy has a few updates for you.
I'm sorry, Jennifer. I don't know if Director Katz heard. Director Katz, could you hear Jennifer? Did you hear Jennifer's
Yes, I heard the response.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon, everyone. First off, I just want to recognize the staff in our office in Sacramento. That's a lot of bills to go through every year, and they do that. They sift through those. They figure out which ones have a nexus with the district, and we bring those to you, and they analyze them. There's a lot of other bills, too, that we track, and share with staff. And so it's just a tremendous amount of work. So both Jennifer and Debbie Michael, and then we have a new executive assistant, Monica Castro, helps with that process. So I really appreciate all the work they do. They make my job up here in front of you easier. So I'm thankful for that. I just wanted to give you a couple of updates. So a lot has happened in the last week. You probably had heard that our Senator Alex Padilla, was considering throwing his hat into the gubernatorial race, but he announced that he would not do so, so he bowed out. The candidates do have until March 6th to file in advance of the June primary, so we could have more names come into the mix right now, so that's pretty active and dynamic. And then, of course, Proposition 50 passed, and surprisingly passed at 64%. And so what that really means now is we are looking at new maps, and I'll talk a little bit about how that affects the districts. But already the California Republican Party did file a suit in federal court, a legal challenge to the redistricting, and we're waiting on a determination on that. And then there's a group that has filed with the Attorney General, basically for a title and summary for a new ballot measure, basically that would reimpose the independent commissions of congressional maps, but for 2020, I think it's 2028 and 2030. So this goes out until 2030. So they have filed for a title and summary on that as well. So like I said, it makes changes to the congressional maps for the next 3 election cycles. There were no changes to the congressional districts for our service area, but there are some changes that will take place in the upcountry. So Congressional District 5 is currently Tom McClintock's district, and then Congressional District 9 is currently Josh Harder. And so what is really shifting is CD5, it's not clear whether Kevin Kiley, who is in Congressional District 3, is going to run against Tom McClintock. So there's it's a safe Republican seat still, but there could be a shift there. We could see a change. And the seat was redrawn to include more Democrats, so we don't know what will happen. And then we traded, so essentially Representative Harder is no longer our representative, it will be Doris Masui. And then there's a question, she is probably running, but there is a challenger, and Mai Vang, who is a city council member from Sacramento, has announced her plans to challenge the congresswoman in the midterms. So that's kind of an overview of what happened now with Proposition 50. So any questions about that? Overall, it has implications for the state, which you've probably been reading about, a chances of regaining 5 more congressional seats, which was in response to the Texas redistricting. So we'll see how that plays out. The other big news is on Monday night, the Senate passed by a vote to 60-40. Essentially, it's a January 30th stopgap funding measure, and it included 3 minibuses, basically. It was a minibus package with 3 appropriations for agriculture, which included the SNAP benefits, and also military in the legislative branch. And the bill also includes back pay for federal workers. So it's now, as you've been following the news as well, it's over with the House, and we will see what happens either today or tomorrow, whether or not they pass that. But it basically would mean that, the government reopens, and then I'm sure we've been getting notices about some of our federal funding that's been postponed or put on hold while there was a shutdown. We'll probably get notices there that they're back, and we can bill against those for any of those federal grants that we have. So those are just my updates. Any other questions? We live in interesting times.
You turned it good news, and I guess overall, maybe it is good news, but.
Yeah, it depends on your perspective.
Just a quick question. I know that we had asked fellow board members to come forth with ideas for bills that we would like to either sponsor or follow or track. And I know that we're beyond the deadline that we had requested that, but I'm just curious if there's still a little room, if anybody has a burning desire to submit an idea to you, if there's still time, and when would be the absolute?
Yeah, we would need, so we are working on our report to you right now. Obviously, there's the 72-hour rule, so we would need to incorporate that into our report that we have. So I think in the next couple of weeks, really, as soon as possible, if you have a burning desire for a legislative proposal, please reach out to either General Manager Chan or myself and let me know, and then we can have a conversation with you about that.
Thank you. So fellow board members, if you do, this is your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we send a memo to you every year that sort of requests your input. And so whenever you get that, please feel free to contact us. And if you have an idea and want to discuss it. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other questions? Any public comment? No. Okay. We will now move on to lucky number 13, our reopening plan for mitigating the invasive golden mussel and reopening recreational boating to some extent.
Yeah, I'll maybe just provide a little quick background. So late last year, that highly invasive golden mussel was detected in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Just a reminder, this was the first detection in North America. In response, we suspended all public boating access at our reservoirs. Since 2014, you're going to hear from staff, the golden mussel has spread throughout the state. You heard earlier from Jennifer that we sponsored a bill on the golden mussel. In the past year, we've met with numerous stakeholders and experts on invasive mussels. So today we want to share with you our proposed plan to partially reopen our reservoirs for recreational boating. And we have our manager of watershed and recreation, Chuck Beckman, and we'll start with Associate Civil Engineer Paul Gilbert Snyder to provide the update.
Thank you, General Manager Chan. Good afternoon, members of the board. Today, Chuck and I will present a brief update on golden mussels and our recreational reopening plans. So first, a quick refresher on the golden mussel and its life cycle. And we'll start here with the adult golden mussel. It's a cycle goes around, but we have to start somewhere. So there's the adult. They generally spawn when the water temperatures are above 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's typically late spring all the way through early fall. And each spawning adult can produce tens of thousands of planktonic stage veligers. So the veligers are invisible to the naked eye, and they float in the water column with limited swimming abilities. They remain in this stage for about 3 weeks. The veliger stage presents the greatest risk for spread because they can't be seen and they're floating with moving water. After about 3 weeks, the veligers become what's called a settler. They affix themselves to a suitable surface where they then grow into adults, and they generally stay in that one place for the rest of their lives. From the time they settle until the time they spawn can take as little as 6 months. So they become mature, spawning in less than a year. They go through this whole cycle. And they live to be about 3 plus or minus years. So the background, the golden mussels were first detected in Stockton just over a year ago. They are more robust than quagga and zebra mussels, which were introduced into Southern California back in 2008. Golden mussels are often referred to as quagga and zebra mussels on steroids. Most notably for us, golden mussels can tolerate very low calcium levels. This is important to note because Comanche and Pardee reservoirs aren't considered to be at high risk for quagga or zebra infestation because our calcium levels are too low. Unfortunately, this is not the case for golden mussels. Both Comanche and Pardee are vulnerable to a golden mussel infestation. In response to the golden mussel discovery and to protect our facilities while we evaluated the situation, we closed our boat ramps in December of 2024. As you can see from the graphic here, in just 1 year, the mussels have spread very quickly in a downstream direction, with the latest detections as far south as Riverside, about 400 miles south via the State Water Project. Their upstream migration, however, has been significantly slower, with the northernmost detection so far in the Sacramento River at Rio Vista. There's no evidence that any of the golden mussel spread to date has been the result of overland transport. So there's no evidence that boats have successfully carried any of the golden mussel sort of upstream. Everything so far has been through that downstream direction or flow of the water. However, in September, a citizen called the Department of Fish and Wildlife to report that they spotted an infested boat that had been launched into Lake McCloud. Lake McCloud is is on the McCloud River, which is an upstream tributary of the Sacramento River, well north. It's operated by PG&E, and it is an unrestricted reservoir, meaning that it's open to trailered boats with no inspections at all. DFW responded to the caller. They went out, they removed the boat, they inspected it, and they quarantined it. There's no evidence yet that the mussels were successfully introduced into the reservoir, but this incident demonstrates the risks associated with trailered boats and unrestricted access. Yes.
Cloud is a pretty cold water reservoir, yeah? Not 60 degrees.
Correct, but so there's, the life cycle, they just need to be 60 to spawn. They can live in colder water. Colder water doesn't kill them. So if an adult, for example, came off of that boat, the adult could survive. We don't know, I mean, there's a lot of, would it spawn? Is there some way it could carry? Could there have been villagers on that boat that got released into Lake McCloud and would then travel downstream? We don't know. This is all uncharted territory.
Well, we will know soon enough.
We may know soon enough, correct. 6 months. Yeah. So the last time I presented to you, which I think was in December or January, we only had photos from South America. Unfortunately, we now have photos from California. This is a submerged flow sensing device that the Department of Water Resources maintains in the Delta near Stockton. The equipment was inspected and cleaned in the fall of 2024. By the summer of 2025, the equipment was not functioning properly, so they pulled it up to inspect it, and you can see that the mussels had completely encrusted the sensor. DWR is experiencing other operational challenges as well. The cleaning of their fish screens at the Skinner Fish Facility in the Delta, just upstream from the Banks pumping plant, have become so time-consuming that they are investing $2.5 million to purchase redundant fish screens. So they have one fish screen to replace while they pull another out to clean it, to help facilitate the process of cleaning those fish screens and maintaining them. Both DWR and the Metropolitan Water District are purchasing dozens of UV lamp systems, so ultraviolet light can be used to kill villagers. And these are generally used in smaller water flows. So you have processed water with side streams of maybe 8-inch, 12-inch diameter pipes. And you can use a UV lamp system to kill the villagers in that, to protect your operations in that particular area. If you've got cooling water and other types of uses for that water, these devices will protect the small diameter pipes, because small diameter pipes will clog up very quickly with mussel growth like this. So they're investing a lot of money in these treatment systems, but all of these investments in treatment and mitigation are designed to protect infrastructure and operations. There aren't any tools available at this time to protect interconnected waterways from downstream migration or water transfers. So we talk about treatment, we talk about mitigation, but it's to treat, side streams, it's to protect operations. There's really no way to stop the movement through the water system. Dams do effectively stop upstream migration. There's really no way for the mussel to move upstream from or around a dam without some form of overland transport. And we haven't seen that so far, knock on wood. So before I hand it over to Chuck, I want to stress that all of our reopening plans are intended to minimize risk. Risk is a product of two things: the likelihood or the chance of an event happening, and the consequence or the severity of that event if it does occur. So these two factors, the likelihood and the consequence, need to be considered when evaluating our reservoirs. And each reservoir is unique. For example, if Pardee Reservoir were to become infested, the consequences associated with that would be tremendous. Every other East Bay MUD facility is essentially downstream from Pardee, and we already saw what happens to downstream interconnected waterways. On the other hand, in comparison to Pardee, the consequences associated with Lafayette Reservoir are significantly less. So each reservoir is unique in that respect. And so while there's not much we can do to change the consequences associated with individual reservoirs, for example, we can't change the fact that Pardee is located at the top of our system, we can control the likelihood of an infestation. And we do that through access restrictions and best management practices. So different activities present different likelihoods. For example, trailered boats have a much higher likelihood of introducing invasive mussels than car top boats. This is because trailered boats typically have motors that can trap water. and the body of the boat itself can trap and hold debris. These things are much less likely to occur with a car-top boat. The standard practice for protection against invasive species, including golden mussels, is the implementation of a clean, drain, dry policy for all boats. Given the risks associated with the golden mussel, we've added one additional step to the clean, drain, dry policy, and that's the 30-day quarantine requirement. If a boat is clean, drained, and dry, even if mussels are present and undetected, the 30-day quarantine should ensure that they do not survive. So with proper implementation of a clean, drain, dry plus 30-day quarantine, that is the best management practice for decreasing the chances of an introduction and thereby significantly reducing risk. And with that, I'll hand it over to Chuck to discuss our reopening plans.
All right, thank you, Paul. And good afternoon. So I'll begin with the discussion of our reopening plans for McCollum area reservoirs. As Paul explained, the consequences of a golden mussel infestation at Pardee would be significant. So as of now, we do not have plans to open Pardee Reservoir to launching of any private boats, but we will, the Pardee concessionaire will continue to offer a total of 16 rental boats to the public to allow folks to boat on the reservoir. Comanche Reservoir, however, as of now, we are planning to reopen to trailered boats and car-top boats beginning May 1st of next year. The opening will be limited to the South Shore ramp only, so we won't have launching at North Shore. And visitors must bring their boats to Comanche for a screening and to start that 30-day quarantine process before launching. The screening is simply, our boat inspectors would collect a vessel history to understand where the boat has been, where it's registered, and then visual inspection of the entire boat. Inside, outside, the trailer, everything, very thorough inspection. After completing that screening and primarily that visual inspection, boats will be banded, and banding is a means of enforcing the 30-day quarantine. So a band similar to this one will be attached to the boat and the trailer that the boat is on, ensuring that if that boat is launched anywhere else other than Comanche, this seal or this band will break. It'll come back without a band, and will basically that boater will have to restart the quarantine process again.
Question?
Yeah.
So if I wanted to boat on May 1st, I have to come for an inspection at least 30 days in advance, right?
Ahead of that, yeah.
Thank you.
So car-top boats, like canoes, kayaks, that sort of thing, that we can't physically band that boat, or attach a band from the boat to a trailer, we will inspect and screen all of those boats coming in. And just a correction here on the slide, our seasonal opening would end September 30th. We're not gonna add an extra day to that month.
Gonna change the calendar there.
And we believe this plan will go well. Assuming it does go well, we expect Comanche to reopen on a seasonal basis every year during this period. Still, with the reopening, the concessionaire at Comanche will continue to offer boat rentals. They have a total of 30 rentals available to the public year-round. Now on to East Bay reservoirs. With the exception of San Pablo Reservoir, there are really no major changes in public access plan for East Bay reservoirs. But like Comanche, San Pablo Reservoir will reopen to public boat launching. That's trailer boats and car-top boats during its normal opening season. That opening will actually be February 14th next year. February 8th was this year's opening. And like Comanche, visitors with trailered boats will have to come in, have their vessel screened. That's going to be the vessel history and inspection, and then banded before being allowed to launch. Same protocol with car-top boats. Any car-top boats coming in will need to have that screening and visual inspection.
Can somebody get their boat banded or inspected at San Pablo and have it transfer to Comanche?
We would allow that, yeah, within the, East Bay Mud reservoirs and our own banding system, we would allow that, yeah. Let's see, Briones Reservoir will remain closed to public boat launching, but special use permits like the ones we have for collegiate rowing crews would be subject to the same screening and 30-day quarantine process that boats on our public, where we allow public access would be.
Aren't crew boats trailered?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, it says no trailered boats.
That would be basically public, where.
Right, well, there's no public anyway. Right.
Yeah, yeah, so we should have clarified that. The rowing schools are trailered, but we're just kind of looking at those special use permits specifically on Briones
I
Reservoir.
think that is a good technicality, but I think really when they're talking trailer, I think generally they're talking trailers that deliver the boat
carry a
into
boat.
the reservoir
Yeah.
on the boat. Whereas, yeah, you're right, those are trailered, but they could be rooftop as well. I mean, they're trailer.
Now, crew boats are usually not rooftop unless you have a really long car. Yeah. You have a question?
She wants to touch
Pass it around.
Yes, of
Oh,
course.
yeah.
And these bands have already been clipped together, so basically we have a big spool of wire.
And so once you're rolling down the road, though, there's enough give that it won't break on its own from vibration?
Yeah, we've gone through a few trials with this material, and we make sure to leave plenty of slack in.
For potholes and,
Yeah, yeah, we've had some that have come loose unintentionally. So for the 3 reservoirs on this slide, again, no changes to public launching. Lafayette Reservoir and Chabot Reservoir will continue to allow car-top boats that have been inspected prior to launching. No trailer boats are allowed on these reservoirs. Same with, Lafayette Reservoir, it's not listed on the slide, but Lafayette Reservoir does offer a total of 40 boats for rental to the public. And Upper San Leandro Reservoir will remain closed to the public as it has been. And of course, as new information comes in, conditions change, or our risk assessment changes, we will reevaluate these opening plans as needed.
I have a non-recreational reopening golden mussel question related to Freeport. So if, worst case scenario, we do find golden mussel upstream, it's gonna end up in the Sacramento River, and the Sacramento River is where we take water out of Freeport. So are we installing, UV treatment in our, what would be, would it be done at Freeport at that point, or what's?
We're looking at alternatives right now. So we've done a vulnerability assessment there for continued use of Freeport for the Sacramento facility, for Vineyard Water Treatment Plant. And we've identified some reasonable approaches to allow continuing operations. It's a very good question. How can you transfer water from the Sacramento River, if it is infested, to our system without infesting our system? It's an excellent question. I would say, at this moment, we have not identified a way to do that with 100%. We can't say for certain that we wouldn't transfer them. Seasonally, like I said, the veligers, it's during spawning season. The screens at Freeport are actually so fine that adults can't get through there. But there's cannot get through the screens. So we would only be taking in veligers. So we would have to maintain the system all the time that Freeport is being operated, like right now, if they're coming in there. So to make sure they don't settle and start growing in the system to begin with. And then when we were to transfer the water, we'd either have to do it when there are no villagers present, or we'd have to look at ways to minimize or eliminate villagers. And yeah, I can't, we haven't identified a way to do that that's cost effective. It's very, I mean, you can get rid of these with a full-scale treatment plant. You know, that would get rid of them. But are you?
Not building a full-scale treatment
That's
plant.
right.
Freeport.
I don't think we have authority to do that. So it's a challenge, and we're looking
Okay, so
at
let's hope there's not a drought until we figure it out.
That's right. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay, this is just an information item, I believe.
You have a few more slides.
Oh,
but-
sorry.
No worries. We're about wrapped up here.
Oh,
So-
there's the Freeport.
Yeah, and great segue. So a vulnerability assessment for Freeport has been completed already, and now we're evaluating options and what tools we have to protect that particular piece of infrastructure. And we've begun an assessment of all district raw water facilities, which should be completed in spring of next year. What we know right now, the most common treatments to address golden mussels are the UV light that Paul mentioned, chlorine, and copper-based products. And again, just to reiterate, as of now, there are no feasible treatments for water transfers or large bodies of water like our reservoirs. Our key takeaways here, as Paul explained, golden mussels are established in California now, and they are proving to have impacts to our water system. But with careful implementation of a reopening plan, we can minimize the risk while reopening our facilities to boating on a limited basis. Again, we are preparing for that worst-case scenario by evaluating our existing infrastructure and vulnerabilities and how we might respond to a golden mussel infestation. And of course, again, we'll continue to monitor the situation closely and respond quickly if necessary, respond to changes. So again, Comanche Reservoir will reopen to trailered boats May 1st of next year. San Pablo will also reopen to trailered boats and car top boats beginning February 14th. Part E will not be opening to boat launching, and at the remaining reservoirs, no major changes. So I thank you all for your time, and of course, happy to answer questions.
President Young, we are looking for
Yeah,
board
there is
support.
I saw there is an action item. We have more questions? Director Gomez?
For public-facing information about this plan, I just noticed that for the Lafayette Reservoir, we didn't list how many boats are currently available there. So just a little edit to that part.
Of course, yeah. Yeah.
Director Odie?
I'll go after April.
Did somebody else have?
April had her hand up first.
You had a question? I'm sorry, I didn't see.
That's okay. I have a question about boat launching at Lake Chabot. Since this is, this is only a property that we own, but we lease out to East Bay Regional Park District. Are they creating the policy or at least working with us when it comes to the boat launching?
Yeah, they have been working with us. We've been working with not only the East Bay Park staff, but the concession staff at Lake Chabot to develop a program that meets the district's expectations.
Okay, and so does that mean that they have to have extra staff for the inspections, or how is this hitting them, affecting them, out of curiosity?
I actually don't know how that's affected their staff. I can say that, relative to reservoirs like Pardee and Comanche, Lafayette Reservoir, Lake Chabot have a lot less volume of trailer boats coming in to launch. So I would imagine that they're able to make those operational changes in inspecting boats with the staff that they have, but I can follow up on that to confirm.
So Chabot,
the Regional Park District, they've been inspecting, I think they've always done inspections on rooftop boats. They don't have trailer boats there, only rooftop boats. And I believe they've always done inspections on all the boats coming in there. So I don't think this presents a big change from what they've been doing historically.
Okay. I have a question about, I mean, I know that we kind of, for some reason, think that our system starts at Pardee. Of course, that's not correct. Our system starts up in Alpine County. There are a number of tributaries, lakes, et cetera. Most of them are extremely cold water. So, I mean, what's, cooperation with PG&E or other, I mean, yes, dams stop them, but only upstream, not downstream. So.
Take that one, Paul.
Sure. Yeah, so we have reached out to PG&E on a couple of occasions. We have, we've been in dialogue with them. And I know that the Department of Fish and Wildlife also is in dialogue with them after the Lake McCloud issue. It's an ongoing dialogue. It would be nice if they had some sort of inspection program up there. I think it would make us feel a lot more comfortable.
But with the bill that was just signed by the governor, they're going to have to put together a plan now.
They will have to put together a
They
plan.
have time, though.
Yeah, yeah. So, and we will certainly provide input on that. I mean, their assertion so far has been that, yeah, their reservoirs aren't friendly. The golden mussels won't survive, but they have not presented us with any evidence that really convinces us of that. So, yes, we're still working with them.
Do we have any enforcement angles?
Not us directly, but again, based on the bill, they're going to have to put together a plan. I forget, I think they have till, not January 1st to put the plan. They have a little more time to put together the plan to mitigate, well, first to protect and then to deal with the response plan if they get infected. And so that plan, I mean, we'll have an opportunity to comment on that plan, but I guess if it doesn't meet our needs, we can always go back to the state and ask for who has the enforcement authority.
I mean, so far, everything has been only verbally, they've told us what their opinion is, but nothing's been in writing. So I think once, forcing them to put it into writing gives us the opportunity, and Department of Fish and Wildlife, the opportunity to weigh in and say, we think that's wrong. But so far, it's all just been sort of verbal conversation back and forth. So the plans will be helpful. And yeah, that's where we'll continue that.
Question?
Jim?
Thanks. So, the way I understand it, if we left it the status quo and did not reopen Comanche and San Pablo, there's a certain level of risk that we're going to have regardless, right? So what I'm trying to understand is by implementing this plan, what does that risk change to? I mean, like, is there, a 0.001% chance of infestation and now it goes to 10? Or, do we have that number? Because that's the risk you're asking us to take, that additional risk of doing nothing versus reopening.
Well, I think with risks, we don't have the information to assign, percentages or that kind of thing. We can kind of work with relative, obviously the question of Pardee versus Comanche is pretty obvious. And Comanche has a significantly lower consequence than Pardee. And like I said, there's no evidence.
For us.
For us. But the reality is probably with time, the colony is probably, I mean, the dam is the only thing stopping them in their natural environment. So the consequence would be on the dam facility itself and the hatchery, I think. The river downstream is essentially going to be the equivalent to the delta. And the quarantine, the 30-day, the inspection and the quarantine, if it's done right, and I have faith that we can do it right, should work. I mean, that's you do a very good job of minimizing your risk. Now, it's the standard throughout the state after Quagga. That's what facilities that implemented inspection programs, they inspect. It was clean, drain, dry. And that was what was implemented in Southern California. For the most part, quagga and zebra mussels were stopped. there is an exception to that. There was a series of 3 reservoirs that had had an agreement that they would accept each other's tags. One of those reservoirs, from what I've read online, didn't have a very good inspection program. That was the first reservoir that showed up positive for quagga. And then within a couple of years, and they immediately stopped the reciprocal banding program, but it was already too late because within a matter of years, the other two were infested. So I think it does, you have to do a good job. You have to have qualified eyes looking and conscientious people working. So it's important. But I can't give a 0.1% to a 10%.
I would add, this is for both Comanche and San Pablo, probably the most conservative reopening plan that we could really come up with. So
If they stayed closed, our risk would be, lower, I would think.
You could, yes, some people would argue that if they stay closed, you might have a boater who, since
Renegades.
you've taken away his access, so now, let's say for Comanche, he can't go into Comanche, well, he's going to go upstream into an unregulated PG&E reservoir. He's going to go somewhere else. So there is a certain part of like, well, let's do the best we can do, what's reasonable, we think we're protective. Yeah, and most, do you know how many other reservoirs have remained completely shut down?
I believe at this point, Pardee and Comanche are the last 2 to be completely closed.
So,
Thank you.
Director Lewis and then Director Gomez.
Thank you for the presentation. I have to say, I continue to have a heightened appreciation for these not nice folks. I do think, though, and maybe I'm feeling you, Director Odie. I sit here and I understand that we're saying, a minimal risk, but once it happens, it's significant. And I just feel like at the end of the day, is the real focus on the vulnerability for this native infestor, the villagers, and are we really focused on what we can do to actually address that? And I just feel like I'm sitting here and there must be something else to be done. I don't know what, and I appreciate you're there, but I'm just sitting here I'm feeling bereft of what it is we've really done other than hold our hands and hope, that we're controlling them. So at some point, and maybe it's a technology issue, I don't know, but I'm just wondering if somebody really focusing on where's the real point where we can make a difference, where are they most vulnerable, that it makes sense for us to invest. And again, not related to you specifically, there was another report. I often wonder, and I sit here, do we do the best we can with our communications with PG&E? Are we talking to the right people at the right levels? Do we need to have a major meeting with them every year about all the ways in which they impact and what's 360 with our operations and the health and safety of Californians? You don't have to answer that.
Well, maybe I'll answer
think
some
about
of that. We do now have regular meetings with PG&E that's been scheduled. We have, as a point of contact, the person who is assigned to EBMUD who will coordinate all the efforts, with PG&E. So I think we have the right people. Now, whether or not we can get them to do things, we'll see where that goes. I would say, we don't have the answers for water transfers right now. We are looking at doing additional research with other agencies. Contra Costa Water District is an example. I mean, it's only a matter of time. I spoke with their general manager. It's only a matter of time before Los Vaqueros becomes infested with the golden mussel. As far as that part, we don't have the answer yet, and that is a concern of ours. This is the boating access. The other option for the board to take, if you're concerned about the boating, you can always tell us not to open. We can do that too. We've done it for the past year. We think that this is a plan that is protective, that will still allow some recreation and boating that we feel really introduces very little risk to the reservoir. But if you're concerned, I mean, it is a problem. And if you're concerned, you can always tell us not to do that too.
I still want to say, I appreciate that we have coordination with PG&E. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best we can do at the best level. I'm just saying the number of places on which there is significant impact and we continue to have delay or not the response we would necessarily want, that maybe we should at least give some consideration. Is there a way to be even more efficient instead of we've got one contact for everything?
Yeah, and I'll also say, I mean, I spoke directly with the CEO of PG&E and the vice president as well about this issue. So, I mean, I've spoken directly with her.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
So, assuming that this will go forward, I'm curious about our public awareness campaign efforts and perhaps even multilingual. How we've got to get on top of this soon if we expect people to be planning by the beginning of April to have, or maybe even by March, right? So I don't know if you can speak to any public awareness campaign efforts so far.
We haven't had those discussions with public affairs yet, but we have, I mean, we've kept regular meetings between natural resources and public affairs just to discuss the ongoing closure. So it's going to be, we'll be able to turn that around really fast. So we're kind of, you know, we're in a holding pattern until, you know, the board makes a decision at this meeting. And then if we do move forward with this, we already have meetings scheduled for next week to get the ball rolling on this.
I would, from the, oh, I see Director Katz has his hand up. I'll get to you in a second. I do know that the boating community is paying attention. I have been very vocal about their concerns about our not boater-friendly policy. And, you know, that's fine. I think they'll know what we're doing, and to the extent that we can message to that audience that, you know, we are serious about this. And I think, I mean, the other thing, I don't know how porous the access is at Comanche. I don't think it's very porous at San Pablo, but whether it is possible for boats to get out on the reservoir without being inspected is a question that I have. And that, you know, folks who are disinclined to wait 30 days, you know, who come up, find out that they can't put in, and they've, you know, gone to the hassle of trailering their boat, however far they've trailered their boat to, you know, get up to the reservoir, and they like, you know, I'm not going to use the words that they use, but what do you mean I can't, you know, whether, you know, do we, you know, how I guess sort of on-water monitoring as well. I mean, to look for, are there ways that we're going to be checking to make sure that people aren't, you know, putting in in a way that's, you know, flies in the face of our policy? How possible is that?
Yeah, so I mean, access control is really what makes this plan work. So for Comanche, we've got two access points, north and south shore. Both of those gates are staffed daylight hours every day of the year. We've also actually.
You just said daylight hours.
Yeah, so there is always a possibility that boats can come in after hours. But what we've done over the last year with our closure is we've actually barricaded the launch ramps. So even if folks do come in the park with a boat, they're not going to be able to get actually to the ramp to be able to launch that boat. So we'll continue to have actually essentially 2 layers of access control at Comanche. So that if someone does decide to blow the gate, as does happen on occasion, you know, our concession staff are very diligent about reporting that to a ranger right away. And even if a ranger or law enforcement can't get to them in time, there will be a physical barrier to keep them from launching a boat at the boat launch ramp.
Really quick, Director Smith.
President
President Young just Right, we have one hand online for public comment. I'm thinking other hands are going to show up too, I believe,
Okay.
for this item.
Director Katz, and then I have Director Smith.
Thank you. So my question is, how will we know that this plan is working? In that, if our monitoring of our existing conditions and our particularly changes with our neighbors, how will we know if we need to tighten this plan? I think it makes sense to permit some mitigated access, like the plan that's proposed. But if this is a very serious threat, we could lose a significant amount of infrastructure value if we don't mitigate properly. So how will we know if this is not working or if this poses an excessive risk and we need to tighten it up? How is that monitoring going to happen?
Well, monitoring of the plan will be in real time. One tool that I did mention in the presentation that we will be using is a software program called the Watercraft Inspection Database. We call it the WID for short. It's a free-to-use program that's offered through the state of Colorado. Colorado has a really robust aquatic invasive species prevention program. There's a number of other reservoirs in the state that are using this Watercraft Inspection Database. And basically what we will use it for is to help track that vessel history for the folks coming in to launch. It's only going to work where boats that have come from a lake or a water body that's using the WID will be able to tell when they launched and if that water body was infested, whether it's with golden mussels or quagga zebra mussels. So we're going to have a pretty robust database that we will also be putting our own information into to be able to track how many boats we're inspecting, how many bands we're inspecting, and we'll be able to compare that to the number of boats that are actually coming through the gate that are paying for access. So in terms of monitoring the program itself and our ability to inspect all boats coming in, those are the tools that we have. As far as monitoring for the actual presence of golden mussels, we'll continue to do our regular sampling, veliger tows on the lake, checking our substrate, which we have substrate on most of our docks on the water to be able to actually look for the presence of adult golden mussels or quagga zebra mussels. I will add, it would be, if we do come up with, if we find golden mussels, whether in the adult stage or veligers, it would be tricky to determine whether or not it was from, a boat that came through our inspection process and an inspector, missed something, or, someone found a way around our banding program and 30-day quarantine. We would just have a really hard time actually determining that. So the best we can do is just have our staff at the gates when we're expecting boats to launch and make sure that we catch every boat coming in, whether it's trailered or car top.
Oh, sorry, I just might add too, I mean, if we have a detection, I mean, we would immediately shut down all the reservoirs. We will also monitor what's happening at other reservoirs that might have similar programs. And if somehow they have a detection, we will shut down all of our reservoirs because we'll realize that maybe it's not as effective. So there are other ways that we're going to continue to monitor and take action.
And we've referenced other lakes programs. Thank you for bringing that up. I was at Folsom last Friday to look at their program, and by look at it, I mean pick it apart and find ways that we would do it differently and be more cautious. So our plan has been informed by the plans that other lakes have implemented, and I do feel it's pretty conservative.
So Director Smith and then Director.
Okay, two quick questions. Where the bans applied and after dark, do we have recording devices in our areas?
So the bans, so before they're applied, basically we have a long spool of this thin wire here. And every boat that's on a trailer will have a bow eye, and it's basically a stainless steel or a metal loop on the front of the boat. And what it's used for is to attach the boat to the trailer. So our inspectors will loop this wire through that bow eye, as long as it's a bow eye that can't be removed with tools easily. Most of the time the bow eye is sort of an integral part of the boat and can't be detached. So we loop the wire through the bow eye and then around the frame of the trailer generally, something on the trailer that can't be detached, because we do know and have seen folks who have had their boat banded that will actually remove the bow eye or remove the winch off of their trailer and throw it up into the bow of their boat, and then
Or they put it, you can put it in that part
In a
of it.
baggie.
there's all kinds of clever ways.
And so it actually can be, this is just an example, it's actually pretty long.
Yeah. I mean, I have a boat, I took it to New Maloney's Reservoir, and I have 6 feet of cable that goes between the bow eye of my boat down to the frame. And that's really just to, for those inspectors is to make sure that, I'm not gonna take a part off of my frame and, do something with this tag and try and reuse it or sell it or anything like that. So basically, we attach it in a way that the only way that it can come off is if this wire is broken or if someone tries to tamper with these tamper-proof plastic seals. It's very difficult to
And the number on that bar is recorded and
Yep.
associated with a specific operator's boat. So that nobody's figuring out how to transfer them from one boat to another.
Exactly, yeah, and that's recorded in that watercraft inspection database, so even if we have an inspector who didn't do the initial inspection on that boat, they'll be able to look in that database, confirm the number on the band, and the date that band was put on, confirm that 30 days, and then cut the band, and they can go on into the park and launch from there. And I'm sorry, the second question was about.
You say we have live folks during daylight hours. How are we protecting after dark?
So after dark, the gates to Comanche will close. There is access allowed, so our mobile home residents do need to have 24-hour access to the park. So there's an electronic gate where mobile home park residents can access, but there is a concession patrol on both shores, North and South Shore Comanche, that monitors activity in the park after those front gates close.
So not that they would, but our mobile home residents could actually bring in a boat that wasn't banded and inspected.
It is possible, but there again, we'll continue to have that secondary.
It would be evicted, right? I mean, something,
There would be consequences, certainly, yeah.
And we're educating them about this, the residents?
Very much so, yes. Our mobile home community has been very, very engaged in this topic for the last year.
So what is the Water Resources Department, what is their involvement? And I ask this more because I know, at least with the Quaggas, that was a full court press. When boats got their credentialing, there were fees that were exacted to help combat this. I mean, do we have a full court press yet, or people are still thinking about it when it comes to the green mussels, the golden mussel, I'm sorry?
In terms of state level support for prevention?
For prevention, for funding, for education, I mean, who else is, that's what, there was a lot of focus from that area and funding that was extracted out of fees to take care of that, so.
So in terms of, I guess generally, public education related to the golden mussel, the state's message is the clean, drain, dry, that message that Paul explained. That they've really been driving that since the discovery of the golden mussel.
So are they using some of the fees, or are they still collecting fees for boat credentialing that go toward eradicating or dealing with the quagga. And are some of those funds available to deal with the golden mussel, or is that something that needs to be done separately?
So there is this, they still have the mussel inspections. They added, this legislation added, they increased the fees to help with the golden mussel issue. Those funds are going into state grants to deal with golden mussels. We have not applied for any of those grants yet. They usually come with, we've considered it. They oftentimes come with strings like if you take, like we could apply for a grant for, say, a decontamination station for decontaminating boats. But typically those kinds of grant funds then come with the requirement that you must remain open, in light of whatever might come down the pike as far as, infestations. So I think we've been hesitant because we prefer to have autonomy over our facilities. And also those grants haven't, to this point, they've not, I don't think they've been of sufficient value to sort of push us over it's like, yes, this is worth going and getting. And it's also still been early. I mean, I don't think there's anything that our issue at the moment, I don't think is not necessarily money. We're still trying to figure out what it is we do and how we minimize risks. But so it's relatively small amounts of money. It is being collected through those mussel stickers. And it has been updated to include the golden mussels. Yes.
Okay.
It's probably not enough money in the overall scheme of things. And the state is not putting a lot of other money into this whole thing, really, so.
Okay,
So something we want to, an idea, use it for legislation, Director Gomez? Write that down.
That would be a good idea.
Are we at a point that somebody wants to make a motion? We'll take the public comment after we get the motion. The motion would be whether to accept the staff's recommendation to reopen voting as described.
I'll move that.
Oh, okay, and it moves.
Okay, moved by Director Katz.
I would like to ask for updates to make sure that we are kept on top of it, because I hear things from whether they're East Bay MUD employees or our constituents, that folks are gonna get to us probably before you guys get to us. So it's better for you all to communicate with us if there's anything, even if it's something good. So like, hey, it's still thumbs up. Make sense? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
and I
you.
do think I heard that any indication that it's not, that a similar program is not working somewhere will cause, our plan will be to close voting again. That's part of this, that's part of the staff's recommendation.
And we will provide regular updates.
Just clarification on that. General Manager, you'll just do that. You don't need to come back to us and agendize something. Okay.
Yeah, no, they'll just do it.
That makes you
So
feel
do I
better.
have a second?
I'll second it.
Second and
Seconded by
support.
Director Smith. Public comment?
Annie Miller, you should be able to unmute your mic.
Thank you.
You'll have 3 minutes. Please don't provide personal information such as your phone number or address. If we need that, we'll ask you to contact staff. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am was a very active user of Lake Comanche. I love it. I have not been to Berryessa, but my question is concerning the inflatables. I cannot afford a boat, but I like to bring my grandkids. We have inflatable paddle boards. We have inflatable kayaks. We have pool inflatables that we like to use. And I was told that the only thing we could put in the water were PFDs. And I'd like to know how the reopening is going to affect that. Those of us
who want to use the reservoir to swim in and play in and don't have a boat. Thank you.
So I guess the question is, are those considered car tops? I think they are, but you should tell us.
They wouldn't even be considered car tops. So we did for maybe about a month of this last summer, had prohibited the use of inflatables, pool toys, that sort of thing. But we found that really it was low risk and nearly impossible to actually catch those before they made it into the water. So inflatables like that, PFDs are all okay in Comanche.
Thank you so much. You made me a happy person.
Okay, I think we are, unless there are any other public comments?
There was one other hand, but it went down. Okay, good.
Okay, let's take a roll call vote.
Director Chan?
Yes.
Director Gomez?
Yes.
Director Katz?
Yes.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Odie?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Aye.
President Young?
Yes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. And we will now move on to agenda items 14.1 to 14.3. Okay, I do have several cards, and there may end up being speakers online as well. We will take those cards, I guess, following a motion on 14.1. It's sort of hard to separate.
I have one hand online for public comment. It was up earlier when we were talking
Oh, do you
about
want
the
to see if
voting
it's for
limit.
the
Yes,
previous
please.
item?
C. Richardson, is your comment on item 14 or was it on item 13?
14.
Thank you. Okay, we will come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, these items are to consider taking actions in response to the findings in the executive summary of the independent investigation on the conduct of Director April Chan in her interactions with a member of the public and with an East Bay Municipal Utility District staff. At our October 28th, 2025 meeting 2 weeks ago, the board discussed the findings of the executive summary of a attorney-client privileged report prepared by the independent investigator retained by the district to investigate allegations that in her interactions with a member of the public and with district staff, that Director Chan engaged in racially motivated misconduct and that conduct violated the board's principles of conduct. The board provided direction to staff regarding preparation of action items for consideration and adoption at this meeting, this November 12th, 2025 regular meeting in response to the investigator's finding. This item is divided into 3 sections. Each will be considered separately, and we will receive public comment after board discussion and consideration of each item. And the action items under consideration are 14.1 is to adopt a resolution by the East Bay Municipal Utility District Board of Directors to censure Director April Chan for conduct unbecoming of an elected official. To 14.2 is to take other action as the board deems appropriate in response to the findings in the executive summary. And 14.3, consider removal of Director Chan from the position of Vice President, and if Director Chan is removed, take action to fill the position of Vice President of the board. We will now open the floor for board discussion regarding item 14.1. The content of the resolution is in the board packet. If there's interest in having the resolution, the proposed resolution read, we can do that. But otherwise, opening the discussion on the censure resolution. Director Chan, would you prefer to speak? You asked at our last meeting if you would have an opportunity to address the item. And I want to, offer to you the opportunity to either speak now or speak later.
Well, just to correct one thing that I think is really important, the investigations found no racially motivated conduct. And President Young, I think I heard you say that there was racially motivated conduct.
No, but here,
But
let me
just
reread
wanna be
the
clear.
item.
I just want to be clear, that's all. And that's all I'm going to say for now, but I would like to hear what other people say before I make any further comments.
Okay, let me just restate what I read. It was to investigate allegations that the interactions with a member of the public and with district staff, that Director Chan engaged in racially motivated misconduct and conduct that violated the board's principles of conduct. Those were the allegations that were made. The findings are very clearly indicated in the executive summary and articulated, were articulated at our October 28th meeting. So I'm going to open the floor to discussion of 14.1, whether to adopt a resolution of censure. Director Gomez?
So I would like to thank the effort that staff put into bringing us this resolution. I reiterate how difficult this is for everybody concerned. And would this be the right time to suggest a slight language addition to the resolution, or do we wait for that
I think we
until
need to
actually have
wait for a
motion?
motion, and then we can discuss changes to language. I recognize that this is not something that any of us take lightly. Okay, I will make the motion to censure Director Chan.
Second.
Seconded by Director Lewis. Open for discussion. Director Gomez?
So the resolution, I believe, covers most of what I would have liked to see in the resolution. There was one thing that the summary of the investigation pointed out that I missed in the resolution and that I would like to make sure is included. And it was an item from page 18 of the summary document where it says, Chan's conduct intimidated and humiliated employees, made them fearful of doing their jobs, and made them avoid interacting with her. This obstructs the functioning of the workplace to a significant degree. So I think this obstruction of the functioning of the workplace is an important point to include in the resolution.
Okay, so would you put that between the whereas the investigator found in her interactions with the artist on March 27th, and the whereas the investigator found that Director Chan engaged in behavior towards district employees that violated The principals, would you put that before that, after that, somewhere in there?
Somewhere in there.
I actually think it might go better to the extent that we want to be more detailed. The second to last whereas clause is on that same topic, that theme of the impact on employees. So I think following that clause would be logical.
So whereas after the behavior demoralizes and creates fear among the district's hardworking, dedicated employees who look to the board for leadership and support and undermines their ability to effectively do their jobs. And then this, perhaps adding to that whereas that obstructing the functioning of the workplace to a significant degree.
So I would, those were findings of the investigator, so I basically think that they properly belong under the investigator's findings, Director Katz, versus the board's finding. We could make that finding, but I mean, the investigator identified that, and I would say that the clause that was just read, whereas the board finds the Director Chan's behavior demoralizes and creates fear is a modifier of that finding.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you that the following the long paragraph or appending to the long paragraph with the investigator's additional findings at the bottom of the first page, that would make sense.
Okay, Derek, are you able to, or Risha able to capture that? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there, how do we accept? I mean, it's not,
So I think in terms of modifying the draft resolution, if it's a modification that's succinct and can be captured on the record, like this one, we can add it to the resolution and then provide it to you for signature. I think we have a motion now to accept or to adopt the draft resolution, and so I would view this as a suggested amendment.
and as the maker of the motion, I would accept that amendment.
I had one suggestion also.
Is it accepted by the seconder?
It is.
Okay. Director Odie?
I just had a suggestion, given the exchange that happened earlier. It really doesn't leave it clear on the racial motivated behavior, and I think it would be better to note in that whereas clause about March 27th that there was no racially motivated conduct found.
So maybe escalating the conduct between them, however,
Well, maybe investigator found interactions while Director Chan did not engage in any racially motivated conduct. The investigator found she did engage in blah, 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 blah. I just think it's important to note.
okay, well,
I mean, because it doesn't, you
That's
know,
fine.
it's
Can
up there
you-
it's up there up front, and it doesn't really.
I don't have a problem accepting that if you can leave out the blah, blah, blahs and actually
Oh,
refer to a statement. I mean, as Director Gomez just drops in
Okay.
something from the executive summary.
so whereas the investigator found that interactions with the artist, Director Chen did not engage in any racially motivated conduct, she did engage in conduct that violated the district principles by treating the artist disrespectfully and with a lack of civility and by escalating the conflict between them.
Okay,
And
I'm comfortable with that. Director Lewis?
Yes, I'm willing to
Okay.
accept that.
So those are both incorporated as modifications to the resolution. Are there any other specific modifications?
I would like to add something. I would like to add something about the safety investigation that was done by the security department at East Bay MUD. A prior safety investigation by EBMUD Security Department confirmed that I was the individual targeted and threatened with violence. The other party's conduct was found to violate East Bay MUD's workplace violence prevention policy. That is a finding along with, that's a legitimate finding from our own security department. and I think it should be added.
I would be comfortable saying that whereas an investigation by the district's security staff did support, what's the specific language in the, I'm mostly not comfortable with including this because I don't think it goes to the censure question, but I'm speaking. But if we have specific language in the finding that's incorporatable as a specific sentence, that would be.
I think that, to be honest, if you know, you are going to bring up, if the censure brings up the incident with Tiffany Conway, it is incomplete and misleading without this paragraph, which honestly is pretty central.
I'm not opposing including something about the security investigation as the maker of the motion. What I'm asking for is a specific sentence that, like Director Gomez's amendment, is directly taken from the security report.
So the sentence I have here that I think is probably taken from the security report.
I want the sentence that's taken from the security report.
Well, then I will have to go back to the security
I think Derek
report.
is looking that up right now. Okay.
May I?
Director Lewis?
I just want to raise concerns as we muddle through this particular thing is, you know, I had an opportunity and took a lot of time not only to read the reports, but also look at the videos. And I do have some questions, and this also, it's my understanding, as I read the report, that the investigator also looked at these same things again in coming up with their findings. I certainly know that as I watched the video, I didn't see anything that corroborated director being attacked or a target or what have you. So as we figure this out, I just want to be mindful that everybody looked at all of this. It was looked at as part of the investigation report. And not to say anybody is right or wrong, but unfortunately, it's probably the case with all of this, minds could differ. But I'm not so sure that that was my view. I'm not so sure that, although I guess our general counsel is looking to see what was actually said. So.
Yeah, the investigator did find instigating behavior in her report.
Escalating the conflict.
So I have a paragraph here that I believe is the paragraph that you're referring to, Director Chan. If you'd like, I can read that out and see if that captures what the paragraph you were referring to.
Okay.
Based on my review of this information, this is the investigator, it appears that the time Director Chan is confronted by Ms. Conway trying to photograph her badge, and Director Chan boards the elevator with an apparently agitated Ms. Conway following closely behind and, according to Director Chan's statement, yelling at her and pointing a finger at her. Ms. Conway's conduct did meet the definition of threat of violence in RSP 6000, which states in part, any behavioral or physical conduct that conveys an intent or that is reasonably perceived to convey an intent to cause physical harm or to place someone in the fear of physical harm and that serves no legitimate purpose, end quote. However, this threatening behavior appears to be contained to this incident, and there is no evidence to suggest that Ms. Conway will pose a further threat to Director Chan or any other district employee.
Derek, maybe you could read the paragraph that also says that I did not engage in such conduct, that I did not violate the workplace violence prevention policy.
I would have to find that paragraph because that's a little more complicated.
So I have one concern that we spend a lot of time on this, a lot of uncomfortable time. And frankly, I'm sorry that we're here. I'm sorry that anyone has to go through this, but a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money. And we spent a whole meeting having a discussion about this. And there's a motion on the table. So unless it's specific about the language of the resolution, I'm unclear as to if we are trying to relitigate this issue now or what. I'd like some clarification.
Yeah,
I think if some people are changing the resolution, I should also be able to bring up changes that, and this report was done by our own security. People who, it is very different from the investigation that was done later and that didn't actually interview Tiffany Conway. Our security department was there. They talked to Tiffany Conway for a very long time. They are the ones that really have the direct knowledge of what happened. And all I'm saying is that if you're going to take one report, that it's very fair to take the second report too.
I actually don't think the resolution or the uncomfortable nature of all of the directors, and we all work together, is based solely on that, or in large part on that. It is based on, I think, a collection of behavior and activity with a number of folks.
I think that that's selective omission from a finding, from the report finding.
I guess I'm saying I don't think the activity or this action before the board is based solely on that particular
We could say,
issue.
whereas the investigation of workplace violence did not implicate Director Chan's behavior as causing violence, I mean.
It's a violation
So the
of.
exact,
This isn't a resolution censuring Tiffany Conway.
Yeah.
This is a resolution censuring you for behavior and conduct in part related to the March 27th interaction, but to my mind, much more related to the paragraph that follows that.
I think when you brought up Tiffany Conway opened the door to also look completely and entirely honestly at the reports.
I could withdraw my suggestion if we just want to go back to that
Okay.
originally as it was
Director
written.
Gomez, would you like to withdraw your suggestion?
I am
Okay, we will consider the resolution as written without further consideration. Is the seconder in agreement?
And
Yes.
Okay.
I would just like it known for the record and for the record and for the minutes, Madam Secretary, that I actually brought up this issue of workplace violence prevention, and it was denied, so.
And for the record, I would like to bring up that Director Chan was given ample opportunity to present a written rebuttal, written comments, written anything about the action that we're taking today, and did not do so.
Well, two other people amended the censure.
We're removing
Okay, and
those
then-
censure resolutions,
One of
those
them was-
censure amendments right now.
Good thing for you.
Right.
I'm removing that.
We're removing
Well,
both amendments, all three, and the
Okay.
proposed one. We're considering the motion, the resolution
As
as
is.
written. I have 3 comment cards regarding, they're all stated as item 14 point, so I'm assuming I'll take them for 14.1 at this point. So I have Eric Larson.
You also have 2 hands online.
Okay, well, these cards were submitted long ago, so we'll hear the speaker cards, and then we will take the online comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Larson, President AFSCME Local 444. I'm here today to speak about the censure of Director April Chan. The Executive Board of AFSCME Local 444 support the censure of Director Chan for behavior in violation of the Board of Governance Manual, which embodies the standards and principles to which directors are expected to adhere, and effectively our work rules and a code of conduct. You, as a director, are at the top of this company. You set the standards, you give direction on policy, you are the moral compass of this agency, and I'm proud of this board for their thoughtful, generous, and caring approach they've taken to this matter, which is an exposure of your failure to establish and maintain effective working relationships, your unprofessional and unacceptable behavior and lack of cooperation, your failure to follow instructions, including the Board of Governance Manual, and your interference with other employees, all of which are considered misconduct under Procedure 223. This is our discipline procedure. Any of these things would amount to a warning letter at least. If you were a supervisor of my members, we would be filing grievances for this pattern of behavior and seeking at least warning letter. I understand you've walked on to some of our local 444 job sites without safety boots, without vests, or without hard hats, and ignored employee instructions when you were told to leave. That's yet another violation of required safety practices, and yet another warning letter. And those warning letters always end with the failure to improve your performance will result in further disciplinary action. I'm pained by two things in this process. One, the number of people, the number of employees who said that they initially did not come forward because of their fear of retaliation. And I don't think they were afraid Clifford Chan was going to retaliate against them or their supervisor. I expect they were afraid that you were going to retaliate against them. You're in a position of authority and power. And to use it to belittle and demean people who work here is unacceptable. And two, I'm disappointed with the amount of time and energy this has taken from the board's important work. And I hope that we can learn and improve from this experience and grow stronger together in unity. But that's going to take some level of accountability, and that's on you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Next, I have Edward Escobar.
I stand here today to hold elected officials accountable to the electorate. That's not just a slogan, it's a lifelong commitment. I've organized locally, nationally, and internationally for workers' rights. I've collaborated with national leadership from SEIU, Teamsters, ILWU, and more to fight for gig workers across borders. I know what it means to challenge power, to stand up for justice, and to protect those who speak truth to it. Because I've taken on Uber, a multi-billion-dollar multinational, and beaten them in court. I'm Edward Escobar, founder of the Coalition for Community Engagement. I helped lead two successful and historic recall campaigns, one against Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao, the other against Alameda County DA Pamela Price. These weren't partisan stunts. They were community-driven efforts to restore integrity. DA Price was recalled by a supermajority of the county, seen by many as failing to protect public safety. That's what real accountability looks like, when the people speak and leadership answers. Which brings me to the question that's been echoing in my mind since viewing Director Bill Patterson's memorial tribute video. What would Bill do? I never met him, but everything I learned paints a picture of a man who led with principle, fairness, and respect. He didn't weaponize process. He didn't play games with reputations. He served with integrity. And that's why I'm dismayed by what I'm seeing unfolding here. This overstep by fellow board directors towards April Chan is biased, it's unfounded, and reeks of persecution. She was found innocent of the initial charges, so why the continued digging? Why the escalation? Is it because she blew the whistle on EBMUD? Is this a deflection tactic to divert attention from deeper institutional failures? I know what retaliation looks like. This feels like retaliation. This feels like a witch hunt. Are there hidden agendas behind this move to censure April Chan? Because from where I stand, it looks like political theater. We're seeing backhanded slights like the suggestion that she lacks common sense. That kind of comment made from the dais wasn't just inappropriate, it was revealing. It undermines her character and this board's credibility. What would Bill do? He who is without sin, let them cast the first stone. It's not just scripture, it's a warning against behavior that corrodes institutions and erodes public trust. April Chan has shown up, done the work, and served this community. If there are real concerns, they should be addressed through a fair, impartial process, not through leaks, whisper campaigns, or endless fishing expeditions. Shall we launch a media campaign to expose what's transpired here? And let the ratepayers of EBMUD decide your fate as well? After witnessing all of your actions, they are your bosses, and you do answer to them. So I ask again, what would Bill do? Think about that.
Thank you. Next, I have Tuan No.
You guys took action without affording April due process. You guys, on the dais, basically accused her of being racist. But the investigation by East Bay MUD staff shows that she was the victim of workplace violence that met your own definition. She was the one that was followed by an angry person who was screaming at her. In the report, it says this person doesn't even hear what April is saying back to her because she's so triggered. And she flew into a flying rage, tracked April to an elevator, trapped her in an elevator. The video doesn't allow audio recording of actually what happened. She was a victim of workplace violence. You guys failed to take action to protect her. Instead, you jumped to conclusion, accused her of being racist, took punitive actions against her on the dais. We came out as a community to call that was wrongful, premature action. And then the report by your own staff and video, security staff cleared her, and you guys went to a witch hunt to just expand this investigation into, misconduct of how you treat staff. If this happened for so many years, why the timing of this coming out now? Why? And then there are questions of the fairness and how the investigation was conducted. As a community, we watch this and we're very concerned about the process and what's happening to April and whether she can be fairly given a chance to represent her constituents that still support her because she stand up and speak up for us. When there is millions of dollars that you guys are entrusted with, somebody should be able to ask questions without the board jumping to conclusions and not supporting somebody that stands up and represent us. So I say you need to include what's in the security report and take April's comments into account for the actions that you're about to vote on.
Thank you. On to online comments. I would like to clarify that the security investigation did not speak to the question of race. Just to be clear about the facts. Secretary?
C. Richardson, you should be able to unmute your mic, and your 3 minutes start now.
Hi, everyone. It's Cynthia Richardson. I'm a constituent, taxpayer, and card-carrying member of EBMUD. And I'd like to make the following statement. Whereas Director April Chan was elected by the people of her ward to uphold transparency, integrity, and accountability with EBMUD, and whereas on March 27, 2025, a brief parking lot misunderstanding was prematurely publicized by members of the board before any investigation had taken place, in violation of basic fairness and confidentiality, not to mention violating their own codified ethics policy 604. Any perceived violation by a director should be investigated and considered before any action is taken. And whereas the independent investigation found no evidence of racism, discrimination, or violence by Director Chan, confirming that the incident did not warrant further investigation, and very importantly, found Chan herself to be the victim of physical aggression. Whereas not one of the board members expressed concern for April for having been threatened by the accuser. Whereas rather than closing the matter, the board chose to expand the investigation, issuing broad calls for negative information about Director Chan and creating a hostile environment inconsistent with the district's stated values of respect and integrity. Whereas this expansion followed Director Chan's efforts to expose financial irregularities within the board president's own ward, making the motive for this inquiry appear very retaliatory. And whereas the board has expended tens of thousands of public dollars pursuing a campaign of personal destruction and paying an organization for the investigation makes us unable to be independent. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, a concerned tax and dues-paying citizen, do hereby censure the EBMUD Board of Directors for abusing its authority, violating public trust, and retaliating against an elected representative for performing her duty to the public. And be it further resolved that the board should just get back to work and make sure that EBMUD provides clean, safe, and affordable water to every household in their service area. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had Director Mellon.
We have Kat. And Kat, you should be able to unmute your mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and your 3 minutes start now.
I am speaking as a constituent of East Bay MUD and as a public sector employee for more than 2 decades who has conducted many investigations and provided advice on discipline. I urge you not to censure Director Chan or strip her of her title and committee roles for 3 reasons. 1, Director Chan is an excellent advocate for her constituents and brings real value to East Bay MUD. 2, the integrity of this investigation has been compromised from the very beginning, violating the due process rights of Director Chan. And 3, training is the appropriate and constructive path forward. First, Director Chan is an excellent advocate for her constituents and brings real value to East Bay MUD. She consistently stands up for her community when projects, such as the Quarry Project, may not serve their best interests. But she also offers constructive solutions that make East Bay MUD more effective, cost-efficient, and environmentally responsible. That kind of advocacy strengthens, not weakens, this agency. Limiting her ability to serve would silence an important and effective voice for the ratepayers that you represent. Second, the integrity of this investigation has been compromised from the very beginning, violating basic principles of due process. Instead of conducting what should have been a confidential investigation, the allegations were placed on a public agenda for the board to discuss, which greatly biased the board and the public against Director Chan. When Ms. Conway filed a written complaint, the board president sent a letter to all East Bay MUD employees outlining the unproven claims biasing East Bay MUD employees against Director Chan. Ms. Conway was never even interviewed by the investigator, a fundamental step in any fair investigation. Meanwhile, the inquiry was improperly broadened to solicit unrelated complaints by employees against Director Chan, some going back 2 years, while Director Chan's own accounts were often ignored or minimized. That is not how an impartial, credible process should function. Third, even if the findings of this flawed investigation are accepted at face value, they amount only to claims that Director Chan was rude or disrespectful, not that she engaged in discrimination, harassment, or any violation of law or East Bay MUD policy. Censure and removal from committees are severe sanctions that should be reserved for serious misconduct, not for interpersonal conflicts or differences in style. The appropriate path forward is professional development through training and dialogue. In summary, Director Chan is a strong and effective advocate who benefits East Bay MUD. The investigation process was deeply flawed and denied her basic fairness. Training, not censure, is the right and constructive path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more public comment online.
Next, we have former Director Frank Mellon.
I've been listening to this with some interest. As many of you know, I am a 40-year labor relations professional. I've seen the investigation materials. I've read the materials, and I'm going to say to you outright, you have handled this appropriately. There is no question that the misconduct here is egregious. I don't know where these other people are coming from, but I can guarantee you this misconduct would have gotten Director Chan fired if she was in the private sector. I have only one take that I would ask you to consider, because where it says Director Chan to attend training, I would insert the word sensitivity training. And appropriate sensitivity training would include, I think you're missing that, because mediation is not going to do it by itself. As far as the racial, that's just window dressing. No allegation of racial discrimination was made. What was addressed was the simple and outright egregious interaction. In the last board meeting was horrible. If there ever was proof of Director Chan's failure to be sensitive to people trying to work with her, that last board meeting, and I would encourage the previous 3 speakers to watch that last board meeting, because Director Chan simply was tone deaf. I don't envy you guys. Actually, I'm glad I'm not on the board, because I'd be even more vociferous than I am. But I got to tell you, you need to take this action, and censure is appropriate, as well as removing her from the committees until she completes sensitivity training. You have my sympathy and my encouragement. And as you know, I'll repeat it again. I've protected myself from Director Chan's behaviors by blocking her on my phone and blocking her on my email. And I have no intention of changing that in the very long future. Thank you for giving me a moment of time. Good luck to you all.
That concludes online public comment.
Okay. Further discussion from the board? I do want to say something. For those of us that did know Bill and did work with him, what he would do was definitely has been on my mind. If there is any further comment from board members, Director Chan, you can make your comments.
Again, I'll wait to see if anyone else has any comments before I respond.
Director Lewis?
You know, in taking this seat with the support of our now departed Director Patterson, those are shoes I cannot fill. I always knew I could not fill them, but with his support and knowing I could not fill those shoes, it gave me the ability and empowerment to be myself and to understand that he felt and was assured that I would represent what had been his constituents are now my constituents to the best of my ability and do a good job. That said, I absolutely know what Bill would have done. Bill shared with me what he thought should be done, but he also shared with me that at the end of the day, I had to sit here and make that decision. So I was actually very happy to hear that question being asked, because I don't think anybody that knew Bill Patterson very well has any doubt in their mind at all what Bill would do. That said, I do want to take a minute to say, I'm so sorry we're here. I do not enjoy being here, and I feel for Director Chan. This is just hard. So please, I do want to acknowledge that this is hard on every director, and especially hard on Director Chan.
I appreciate that. Oh, no, go ahead, Director Gomez, if you have something to say. I would really like to speak last. You don't have anything you want to add? Nobody's going to add anything, okay. I just want to add that I understand that this is difficult, and I understand that this has been difficult for the East Bay MUD community. And I also want to reiterate that that I denied a lot of the allegations that were in the report. And I know people are talking about them as if they were gospel. But I just want to put it out there that I do not think that it was a very accurate report. I didn't think it was done with integrity. I had an attorney, and my attorney was not allowed to speak. But, and I'm just going to say, I know it's been a challenging time for many at East Bay MUD. The scrutiny and speculation have affected our shared sense of community. I want to assure employees that my door remains open. If you had feedback for me or an idea or an experience to share, I welcome hearing from you directly, even if it's a sensitive conversation. We can only strengthen this institution through mutual respect and dialogue, and it is never my intention to offend anyone. And also, I want to add on to that, I cannot retaliate against anybody. That is something that keeps on coming up. But I would only direct people to look at the organization chart to see that I don't have any authority over anybody else. And so if that is your concern that you don't want to speak to me because of retaliation, then, please know that I can't do that even if I wanted to do that. That is not within my authority. And as far as Local 444 is concerned, I would like to circle back with you, if that's okay with you, Eric, to talk about these. I have very rarely at all interacted with Local 444. I mean, maybe there's been times when I've driven by for a couple of minutes, but nobody's ever said, hey, you need a hard hat, or hey, you need to leave. Nobody's ever said that to me. So, and I want to address that in the same way that I wish that people that had complained about these incidents from 2 years ago or 3 years ago, just address them at the time. And I can't make a blanket apology to everybody, but if people had come to me at that time, then that really would have been the opportunity for us to talk through some of these issues and maybe come to a meeting of the minds. Right now, I don't think there can be a meeting of the minds. I can just apologize that we went through all of this. I know everyone feels bad. Certainly I do. I take a lot of comfort in the support of my ward and the support of my constituents who really know that I am working for them and know that this is some of the fallout from that. But anyway, I think that that's the end of my remarks.
Did you want to say something?
Sure. I appreciate the entire board's comments on this, and while I hear what you're saying, Director Chan, I'll just speak from my personal experience. When you say that you invite people to come and you cannot retaliate against people, which is true, you cannot per the MUD Act. I have the sole authority over all the employees, which is delegated to other people. I will say one of the first incidents that I have been aware of, and I raised that issue with you, your reaction was not such that, oh, I didn't realize I had that effect on people. Let me talk to that person, address the issue. Your response was, that employee is lying. I want to talk to human resources. That was your response. And so while I hear what you're saying, and maybe this is part of the growth over the last couple of years, that has not been my experience. So that's what I'd like to share.
Call the question.
Go ahead.
Call the question.
Yeah. Madam Secretary, you take a vote.
We're voting on the 14.1, the censor resolution as written.
Yes.
And it was moved by President Young and seconded by Director Lewis.
Yes.
Director Chan,
Abstain.
Director Gomez,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Director Odie,
Yes.
Director Smith. Aye. President Young.
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little family emergency here. On to, so that passes 6-1 with one abstention.
I want to just clarify, 6-0.
Yes, none opposed, one abstention.
Correct.
Sorry. Okay, we'll now move on to item 14.2, which is to consider other actions related to, that the board deems appropriate to enforce the censure. And I just do want to say, we have another year plus to work together in any case. And my hope is that we do move forward from today with actions and behaviors that uphold the values that we are pledged to as elected officials of this agency. And with that in mind, we have a number of items to consider, each separately, and I would like to move promptly through those as we have public comment. Yeah, I've got it right here. First is to whether to remove Director Chan as chair of the East Bay Mud Board Planning Committee. Do I have a motion?
I'll second.
Moved by Director Lewis, seconded by Director Gomez. Is there any discussion?
Point of clarification, is this still to allow the director to
Yes,
remain on the committee?
but allow Director Chan to remain on the committee. None of our actions are meant to silence Director Chan's ability to represent her constituents, to speak, and to address issues of concern, or to work collaboratively with the rest of the board and our executive staff to implement board policies and actions. Is there any other discussion on this item? Is there any public comment on this motion?
No public comment online or in the audience.
Okay, roll call vote on the item.
Director Chan,
Abstain.
Director Gomez,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Director Odie,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Aye.
President Young.
Yes. Okay, the next action is a sort of a bundle. Remove Director Chan from board-appointed positions she currently holds on the following committees, authorities, and associations. Member of the East Bay Mud Retirement Board, District Representative of the DRSD, East Bay Mud Recycled Water Authority, known as DERWA, Primary District Representative on the Association of California Water Agencies Joint Powers Insurance Authority Board of Directors, Primary District Representative for the Special Districts Association of Alameda County Special District Selection Committee, Alternative District Representative for the Special Districts Association of Contra Costa County. For the JPIA Board, just for context, if East Bay Mud Board decides to vote to remove Director Chan from this position, in accordance with the bylaws, East Bay Mud Board will need to appoint another board member to the JPIA during board officer elections and committee association appointments in January 26, which I would also add is when the regular annual appointment of these titles are made, and that we do not seek to appoint or change, to address those before the beginning of next year. So that is the second motion.
Another point of clarification, can we divide the question on this?
Do you want to take one out and consider it separately?
Well, I have a different opinion on the retirement board than I do on the other four. So I would vote differently on those.
Yeah, and also I would like to take out DERWA because I am the only person that represents, well, it's just Director Gomez and I that represent San Ramon. And if I were to be replaced, then San Ramon would be missing that representation. It would be someone who represents another area.
We all represent East Bay Mud.
This is DERWA.
We represent all of East Bay Mud's interests everywhere in the service area.
Traditionally, my seat has been taken by somebody who by the people who represent San Ramon.
Traditionally, we haven't censured a member of the board. And none of this is permanent.
Or we could.
Director Katz has his
Yeah.
hand.
Director Katz?
I was raising my hand to make the comment about DERWA. I do think it is similar to our committees. And, the purpose of the central resolution is to accomplish a change in conduct, but it's not intended to disrupt the director's ability to represent constituents or for the board to conduct its business. If there is another director that's intending on stepping into or interested in stepping into the role, I would reconsider. But I think it is. I don't find the DERWA appointment to be in the same category as some of the other appointments under consideration for.
I would, who's the maker of this motion? Do we
Well,
have
there
a
is no motion.
yet?
I was asking that we
So
split the
one
question.
option would be to amend this one so that, such that Director Chan would not be able to stand for election as president of the DERWA board.
She's the current chair. But, she's the current chair.
Or be current chair.
But that is decided by the DERWA board.
That we request that Director Chan step down from her position as chair of the DERWA, chair of DERWA. Or we can leave it out. You know what?
Can we come back to this? I think there was a related What was Director Odie's question?
I just wanted to go through each of them
You want to do them
individually.
separately? Okay.
Because I have a different opinion on one than I do on the others.
So I guess I'm asking, what is your opinion, what's your issue with regard to the retirement board? I wanted to.
I think there was an allegation and a discussion in the report about conduct during the retirement board, so that would be one I would be in favor of removing, but the others I'm not.
So you don't have a strong opinion about the other?
I would
External
vote no on the others and yes on the
You're saying
retirement board.
you only have a strong opinion about the retirement board, is that?
Well,
what
on the
it-
yes side, I have a strong opinion on the no side on the others, but
I don't understand. Okay.
and only because that board was mentioned in the report.
So just a little advice on process. So the bullets, these were itemized in bullet points with the idea that you would go through each one, including the sub-bullets, give it
Oh,
another.
the sub-bullets would be
Okay.
separate as well?
Yeah, just give it
Okay, all
another
right,
downvote,
all right.
and then
Do I have a
reshoot.
motion to remove Director Chan from the, I'm just trying to be very businesslike about this. Is there a motion to remove Director Chan from the East Bay Mud Retirement Board?
So moved.
I'll second that one.
Okay, moved by Director Smith, seconded by Director Odie. Is there any public comment?
We have one hand for public comment.
Okay.
Kat, you should be able to unmute your mic.
Yes, I'm just very concerned about you removing her from any of these committees. She does represent her constituents as well as East Bay Mud. I think it's becoming punitive. I want to encourage you again to consider what you really want to get out of this. If you're trying to change conduct, you don't become punitive. You actually encourage training and both as far as professionalism and in interaction with employees, if that is what you're concerned about. If you make this really punitive, then it looks vindictive and it doesn't bode well for East Bay Mud. It's rather embarrassing. And then you have nothing that you're gonna, I mean, what happens if somebody really engages in serious misconduct? You've already shown that it takes nothing to do what you're doing. You've got no quivers in your arrow.
Thank you for your comment.
We have an additional hand.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I want to limit these comments to anybody that's previously spoken to one, on the matter to 1 minute, but it looks like we have a new speaker.
Do. Former Director Doug Lenny, you should be able to unmute your mic. And
Hi,
your 3 minutes
thank-
start now.
All right, thank you very much. Dear board members, I'd like to comment with regard to the actions today. I was able to watch most of the deliberations from the last meeting, but unable to make a comment due to my outside obligations. And I was only able to join this meeting after the last vote. I did want to support the board in the censure motion, and I understand the vote, I think, just as I was coming on. I believe in second chances, but I strongly believe that actions must have consequences. And after listening to the last meeting, I did not hear any regrets or any apologies from Director Chan for her behavior towards the staff. And so I don't believe that these actions are punitive. I think that they are the consequences of the actions that she has taken with disregard to the ethics guidelines that I was a part of developing, that she was a part of developing, and I think they need to be taken seriously. And so I've looked at the items that are being proposed here, including removal from leadership on the board and on committees, and the removal from certain committees that make sense here, and I'm supportive of it. And so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have before us a motion to remove Director Chan as a member of the East Bay Mud Retirement Board.
You ready for the call? for the roll call vote.
Roll call, yes, sorry.
Director Chan,
Abstain.
Director Gomez,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Director Odie,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Aye.
President Young.
Yes,
All right.
okay. As District Representative of DSRD, East Bay Mud Recycled Water Authority, known as DERWA. And again, all of these appointments are revisited in January.
I just want to talk about process of DERWA, and that when I became chair, that was actually not because of a vote by the East Bay Mud Board. That was because of a vote by the DERWA Board. And I suppose if you want a removal from me as chair, that it would be the DERWA Board that makes that determination.
And I believe that it rotates back and forth between DSRSD and East Bay Mud and
Every year.
every year. So I believe that the.
So you would be up in January.
Someone from DSRSD would be
Oh,
up in
okay.
January.
But I'm not even clear that we have a DERWA meeting by January.
No,
December.
potentially not, but and this motion is to remove you as district representative, which is in our power to do.
Okay.
So, I don't know whether it's the pleasure of the board to do so or not. Sounds like Director Odie.
I'll vote against that, but, I mean, if other
Can
people are
can
in
we make a
favor,
motion for the
then
I need a motion for the purposes of taking a vote.
So moved.
Is there a second? If it fails to get a second, we leave it off the list. So it is off the list. I'm going to bundle these other three, which are district representative positions, to go to meetings representing all of East Bay Mud at the JPIA for healthcare, at the Special Districts Association of Alameda, and the Special Districts, there's an alternate district representative at the Special Districts Association of Contra Costa County. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Director Smith. I will second. Any public comment?
None.
Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Director Chan,
Abstain.
Director Gomez,
Abstain.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Director Odie,
no.
Director Smith,
Aye.
President Young.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Passes.
For yes,
1 no.
4 yes,
One
1
no,
no, 2
2
abstain.
abstain. Okay. The next item is suspending reimbursement for certain expenses and distribution of tickets to district-sponsored events. This is for non-required events, meetings. The district ends up with tickets to things that are happening. Typically, board members may submit for reimbursement. Board members may choose to attend certain conferences that are approved at the discretion of the board president. When they exceed $250 per item, this action would suspend that reimbursement to discretionary attendance, and reimbursement for does not prohibit attendance at those events, but it does suspend reimbursement for those events. So they're still, continue to be entitled for reimbursement of expenses in accordance with District Policy 4.14 for attendance that all board members are required to attend, such as mileage reimbursement for travel to and from board meetings, or to DERWA meetings, or to other meetings that they are required to attend as part of their, or for travel associated with attending to matters inside their ward.
So moved.
Moved by Director Smith. Andy?
Yeah, so I want to make sure that some of the limitations are incorporated in the motion so that, so this would not apply to events that take place within the boundaries of the director's ward. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct, yes.
I think that mitigates, that preserves the ability for the director to do the duties of liaising with constituents, especially during the season. I do think that that's an important factor. Is there a time period that we're considering, or is it implied that this is through the end of proposed training in February, or is there a longer period contemplated?
I think we have put a time-bound constraint on the training and coaching. I think it's up to the board to decide, will be up to the board to decide, when that is, what time frame anything is, reviewed on. I think what we're looking for is a change in behavior. We could say it's revisited after the first quarter of 2026, if that provides a comfort level.
Yeah, I'd like to
Reviewed
have some
quarterly.
kind of moment where we either vote to extend it or we vote to discontinue it. And I could be open to either. I think I would have originally viewed this as an automatic termination date, but the failure to complete the training or to have observable improvements might be cause for extending. That was my original conception, but I'm open to other directors' views.
Director Smith, are you okay with reviewed quarterly as add-on to the motion?
Yes.
We are looking for a second on this. I will second. Any further discussion? Okay. Roll call vote, please. Any public comment?
One hand for public comment. Kat, you should be able to unmute your mic.
Thank you. I think it's very important that April still be able to attend events that are outside of her jurisdiction, because that is how she becomes educated in the different things that East Bay MUD is doing. Again, I think this is punitive. I don't think it's necessary, and I would urge you to vote no.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Take any other public comments?
None.
We'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, give me one moment. Okay. Director Chan?
Abstain.
Director Gomez?
No.
Director Katz?
You're on mute.
Director Katz?
Pass.
You're abstaining? Or you want me to come back?
Come back to him.
I'm not sure if I understand the motion, so I'm going to pass.
The motion is to suspend reimbursement for travel and, for certain expenses and distribution of tickets to district-sponsored events, dinners. We sponsor quite a number of events that are social in nature that board members are afforded the ability to attend. It would mean that those tickets would not be distributed to Director Chan. It would suspend, I'll read the, registration fees, travel, food, lodging for attending conferences, association meetings, and other events in their capacity as board members. Tickets for district-sponsored community events that board members may attend as district representatives. We may vote to suspend reimbursement of these expenses and distribution of tickets to Director Chan for a period determined by the board. We're saying it should be reviewed quarterly.
So sorry to interrupt a roll call. Does this terminate automatically, or do we need to, do we vote to extend, or do we vote to terminate?
Let me just comment that if there is a vote to extend or to terminate, then it really needs to be tied to an expected outcome.
All right, which are the next two items? Those are the next two. Well, let's just say, you know what? Let's say through the first quarter of 2026, okay?
With that clarification, I'll vote
Is
yes.
that okay, Joey?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
Can you?
So can we?
So through March.
Can I vote again then?
Yes,
Is that
let's
clarification
revote.
helps?
We're gonna restate the motion that this is, you're considering suspending reimbursement for certain expenses.
And distribution of tickets to events through the first quarter of 2026.
Which is through March 2026. Got
Yes.
it. Just want to write that down. Okay.
Third quarter.
And we had
What? You voted no.
We had a motion by Director Smith and a second by President Young. I'm just going to start over.
Yeah.
Director Chan,
Abstain.
Director Gomez,
Yes.
Director Katz,
Yes.
Director Lewis,
Yes.
Director Odie,
No.
Director Smith,
Aye.
President Young,
Yes. So that's 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
correct.
Correct. Okay, next one, attend training and obtain coaching.
Clarification, just I do want to be able to say, if Director Chan approaches and it's approved, is that still an option, to her or no?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, the president still has the ability to decide whether a conference is,
Right, okay.
but I think the distribution of tickets to district events is,
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that nobody's trying to keep her.
yeah, I think, again, our goal here is to rebuild constructive relationships between us and with the district and in conducting the district's business. So the next item is to direct Director Chan to attend training and get coaching, to approve her interactions with staff and members of the public, and to complete the training by a date certain. Appropriate training would include training on recognizing unconscious bias, emotional intelligence, crucial conversations, and executive coaching. The Office of Diversity, Equity, and Culture believes that it would be possible to arrange for and complete such training and coaching by the end of February 2026.
I'll motion for this one.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Director Odie, seconded by Director Smith. Director Chan, do you believe that if this motion were to pass, that you would be able to participate in such training and coaching to be completed by the end of February?
I would say that I would aim to, I don't know, I mean, I don't know the details of the training and the coaching, if it's something that's a day, an hour, 5 weeks. I have no idea about the scope is of that training.
Mr. Moulton?
Jerry, can you speak to what that could look like, sort of min-max? It's obviously dependent on progress.
What we did was we checked on, based on the topics that were provided, we looked at availability of certain courses for either crucial conversations or emotional intelligence. The coaching would be identification of an executive coach to work directly with Director Chan. What we did identify, the crucial conversations course is I believe, a 4-hour course. The emotional intelligence course is a 2-day program.
And is that in person, online?
Those are in person.
Hybrid,
both
in
the
person?
Yes.
Okay.
How about unconscious bias training?
Unconscious bias, we would work with the coach to actually provide that content.
And coaching is like a couple hours a week?
We can determine exactly what that engagement would look like.
Director Lewis?
Yeah, so that's what I kind of had a question about too. Are we really talking about you have to commence and complete the identified programs by February? I certainly don't think it's a matter, and if that's the case, I do think unfortunately we have to nail down you gotta show up and you gotta do it by these dates, just based on what we've been through. That said, I don't know how you quantify the work with an executive coach. And I do want to say to Director Chan, I think to the extent if it is approved, such an opportunity to improve. Don't look at things like this as, oh, somebody thinks you're broken or something's wrong. It is really, truly an opportunity. I don't think there's any major CEO, I don't know about you, Clifford, I'm not speaking, you're a major CEO, but I'm not saying this, but nowadays in any, major company that's gonna go into a job and not demand that somebody give them a coach and pay for a coach. So I just wanna say, it's an opportunity to embrace, not only with regard to this situation, but, being the best you possibly can. And you've heard one of the speakers mention what an opportunity this is. So I just want to kind of change the dynamic, and that this is not, don't look at this as a really bad thing. So aside from that, I do have a question though, is that you have to start by a certain date, complete certain of these programs by February, and then how you want to, I would like some clarification on how we address working with a coach, and then at some point, do you assess, how do you assess where we are and what we're doing?
The way I was, I guess, thinking about it is that it would be completion of the courses by the end of February and regularly working with an executive coach during that time period, which, hey, could continue past February. That would be fine, right?
And if
Assuming that's a
Clifford then asks
productive
for an
endeavor.
executive coach after this, is my fault.
Well, all of us could ask for
Right,
coaching.
all
It's
of
part
us.
of our,
Exactly.
it is part of our, program, correct?
Part of our internal program.
So that would be in my mind, the coursework and the, engagement and working with, regularly working with an executive coach. So that gives you, we have the holidays coming up, but that gives you, so I'm asking, that's why I'm asking, this February 26th.
Is this, yeah, I think now that I have some clarity on the time, because dates. You asked if I could complete it by a certain date, and I said, I don't know, because I didn't know what was involved. But is this person available during holidays?
Well, again, we have not contracted directly with a specific coach. We have a menu of coaches to
Okay,
work from. but-
so basically, you would also need to, would I help choose the person? If you have a menu of people, would you give me input in who that person would be? And also, that could depend on schedule too, so.
Well,
So here's the thing, right? I think we have to assume that we have a suite of coaches that are available to contract with, and that at least one of them will be acceptable to you. And that you will endeavor to very consciously engage with that person. I mean, the reason that there's a deadline here is because of how long all of this has taken.
Right.
Okay? It's because of the delays and the extensions and et cetera. Sorry, but that's just really why it's there. It's because if you need till March of 2020, I'm fine putting March down here instead of February if the holidays provide a sufficient, difficulty to get there. But I'm assuming that, coaches are people that get paid and need to get paid, and some consultants really need to get paid during the holidays because there ain't nobody covering their time off,
If we
right?
want to, if we want to evaluate lifting any restrictions on reimbursement or other things, I think you have to give Director Chan some time to invest in her own development and training. And I would encourage her to get it done. And I just think I agree based on what we've had to go through and the timing, it would be in everybody's best interest, the board, the organization. And I'm going to say, and you can totally disagree, Director Chan, but I think it would be in your best interest for us to put a deadline down and sooner than later. And I do appreciate if you disagree, but I'm just, that's my opinion.
I'm really not arguing at all about doing it. I was asked about a specific date, so I wanted to make sure that there was clarity about, I think if we just say the end of September, this end of February, and if we need to extend it, then we extend it.
No.
Okay.
End of February is, I mean, if there's a good reason, if there's a good reason to do it, but not just because, oh, I didn't get it done. That's not good enough.
Okay, so
Okay.
I have nothing else to say about this. I think the board could just make a decision.
Okay, so you're comfortable with February, end of February being the timeline? Okay. All right. Did we get a motion?
Yes.
We did.
And we had a second. Let's do, is there any public comment?
None.
Okay.
So let me just make sure.
And I would expect, as with all attendance at things that are, or whoever the board president is, whether it's me or not, we make reports on things that we do and attend. And so I would expect to see reports on what was learned and gained in this training and coaching. Not private details, but, in general. Roll call.
May I, before you do the roll call, Madam President?
Mm-hmm.
Can I also really ask the board and let you know, Director Chan, how committed your colleagues are? If, as you work with the coach, or if the coach wants to work and wants input and work with the directors, I think I can speak for all the directors that we're here to participate, to help, whether you believe that or not. I just want to say,
I would,
and stress that to all of us to do everything we can also.
I would add that prior to the end of February 2026, we will be having a follow-up retreat with C. Marie and the crew that led the retreat. And I actually want to suggest, Director Smith, that we incorporate, including attendance at any board retreats.
Makes sense. Yes.
Acceptable?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
So the motion is now including attendance at any board retreat
Yes,
during this time
including
period.
attending board retreats.
Just write that down. Okay, there was a motion by Director Odie, seconded by Director Smith. Director Chan?
Abstain.
Director Gomez?
Yes.
Director Katz?
Yes.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Odie?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Aye.
President Young?
Yes. Okay, we're getting close here. Last item is to participate in facilitated mediation or discussions with East Bay MUD staff at their discretion. This is not something that we would enforce upon staff who have raised concerns, but this would direct Director Chan to participate in facilitated mediation or discussion with district employees affected by her actions. These interactions would be facilitated by a third party and would also need to be completed by a date certain. We're looking in here at the same date, February 2026. The board recognizes that employees may not be amenable to participating in such mediation or discussion. Therefore, this directive would be contingent on whether those employees are willing to participate at their sole discretion.
Question, would the employees initiate and speak up about their desire to do this? How would that happen?
I think we would, Derry would reach out to, does that sound right, Derry? That you would reach out to employees that were engaged in the, that came forward who would like to, and ask them? How do you see that?
Yeah, we didn't
You don't-
participate directly in so we don't have necessarily have the list, but we can identify the list and we can notify those employees who should be contacted, and we can work to schedule that.
Well, or maybe the investigator could be engaged to do the
Yeah,
outreach.
we can have the investigator do that way.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's confidential.
To protect confidentiality. Director Lewis?
I'm sorry, I have to express a real discomfort, somewhat, one, to put this on if we're reaching out to the employee, whether they do or don't, but more importantly, I feel like I've put a lot of energy, time, and thought and deliberation into us doing what we thought was necessary and best to protect the organization, go forward and make sure our employees knew and understood how serious this was and that it would be addressed. Although I understand that if I was one of the employees that felt that they had been treated in a less than respectful fashion, they might want to deal with it, but I don't want to make this personal. And that is my big concern. I don't want to make it personal for the employee. I don't want to make it personal for an elected director here. I mean, I thought we've tried to do a lot to say this is not acceptable, that the board takes it seriously, that you have to not only go forward, but go forward and do better. So I'm just left a little queasy with how we would do this, and is it something, if you wanted it to happen, do you want it to happen after there's a lot of training done before you subject the employee and the director to a situation?
The way that I'm hearing is that it would have to be an agreement by both the director and the employee.
No,
No,
it's
you
one
don't get
way.
to say.
The employee decides that they need to talk to you in a facilitated discussion, you do it. It's not a two-way street. It's a one-way street. Somebody who feels that they've been aggrieved wants to get closure on the matter, wants to restore their ability to work with you, it's on them to decide whether they want to do that or not. And, but it's not on you to accept. You would have to accept.
Yeah, I would object to that. I mean, I don't mind being,
Didn't you just say you had an open door to anybody that wanted to talk with you?
that's mediation. What you're talking about right now is forced mediation. I was talking about informal conversations, which are conversations that should have happened.
I was
So-
carrying your water. I was carrying your water. Just.
So I'm okay with, but forced mediation is something, that is really something I would have to talk to council about. I'll be honest, you guys vote however you want to vote, but I do think that's something I would have to talk to my own personal counsel about.
I'm just concerned. I need more that's a hard one.
I mean, I think the first state, that, no, let me just say, because I'm just saying, the first stage of this, I think obviously is an informal, closed-door conversation. If there's an offense that, and we try to resolve it at that level, I think that mediation is a formal process that I don't,
It says or
Or
discussions.
discussion.
yeah, well, okay, so I'm
Okay,
good
but
with
I don't think anybody in this room who feels like they were aggrieved by you, who hasn't felt comfortable talking to you about it, is all of a sudden going to say, yeah, I'll sit in a room with you, but without anybody else there. No, they're not gonna, I mean, that's,
I would still have.
That's one thing if it's a board member. I think it's another thing.
I'm talking about employees.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like,
Jim?
because the one thing that would concern me is, we interact with, the three people up here, but we do interact occasionally with other employees. And what concerns me is if there was an interaction, would that employee feel comfortable? Because there will be meetings and there will be times when you may call somebody in, general manager, that's, that's mentioned in here.
I think if, the proper route, I think, is to go through the general manager.
To do what?
Honestly, to go through the general manager.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That things should be reported to the general manager. But I won't agree to forced mediate, but one of the principles of mediation is that both sides agree that this is something that you should do.
These wouldn't be mediations. We're not trying to come to kind of determination or anything. These would be facilitated dialogues in which we're only focused on.
Facilitated, it says facilitated mediation was the word used, but facilitated mediation or discussions, but facilitated is the operative word. It's not a one-on-one.
You know what I've been saying for a number of months, this is if I could quantify my concern, I don't want to make bad worse.
Make bad words. I'm not sure.
So what I'm
I don't
hearing
want a situation where we
Oh,
put
bad to
people
worse.
together and they're trying to have a moderated conversation and it goes
Sideways.
south instead of better. I just.
I don't, I've been queasy about this one anyway. I mean, I think we already have ways that people can raise their concerns.
At this point, I don't see how employees would feel comfortable
yeah,
having
I think we
even a
need-
mediated dialogue with someone who's not willing to, on their own accord, come forth and have that conversation. So
And someone said, well, you had opportunity, why didn't you then? I mean, I just think this.
Okay.
But I am concerned about meetings that will involve folks that,
I
have issues.
would-
So, hopefully maybe we don't have to give direction, maybe that's all under the general manager, but
I
just to
would-
make sure that those employees are protected and felt, and made to, not feel uncomfortable.
I would like definitely to see a process where people feel like they can seek healing and closure from the incidents that they were involved in. you know, ideally that would involve Director Chan. Sounds like maybe not. But certainly with the, you know, the backing, the full support of, you know, the organization in doing so and feeling safe. I mean, you know, from reading the report, it's clear that, you know, in some parts of the organization, there's time being spent trying to figure out how to avoid or mitigate, you know, interaction. And that means that we're spending staff time addressing your interactions with employees. And
Take it up with the coach, and maybe that can be addressed.
I again want to assert that I don't agree with a lot of what's in the report. And I think I'm getting to the point where I feel like I've tried to, definitely trying to do what I can, but some of this language I don't feel comfortable with at all. And I would have to seek counsel, my private counsel.
okay, we're going to scrap this one for now, and I will direct General Manager Chan to work with members of his team and others in supervisory positions that relate to these individuals to work through a restorative process, restorative healing process to address this. If at some point it's beneficial and wanted to have you interact in that process, they can ask you to do so.
Okay, but I won't put myself in the position where I'm forced. So,
That was clear, Director Chan. Director
And then-
Smith and then Director Lewis. I'm going to let Director Smith go.
Go ahead first.
I think what you want to say is current. I'm going to say something else, so go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you know, what I really, really would have loved, and I almost wanted to say, I wish you had taken that abstain away from the offer to have training, facilitation, whatever, say yes.
Oh,
I would have loved
that's
that
what I
if-
was gonna
if-
say.
If when we had that vote,
Yeah.
you said yes. What I really want to do after we've done all this, I don't want to hear again, we all know, I don't want to say it that way, that I don't want to hear, we all know you don't agree. We need you to hear that this board and this organization are concerned and things have to change and get better, whether you agree or not. And if you want to have a meaningful relationship with the board and continue with the staff and be the colleague you can be, then yeah, and this board can do certain things to say you have to, and quote unquote, you said force you. But what I really was waiting for, I wanted you to say yes. I want to say yes. And I'm gonna keep hope alive. I'm gonna just keep trying and hope that you see that.
well, I did agree to training. I think the extended discussion, which was a very extended discussion, was on timing.
And asked you if that was acceptable or not, and you said yes. Correct? Is that correct? You said end of
Yes.
February.
I did.
Okay.
That's why there should be no ambiguity about this.
Well,
Except that you
you
would say-
literally just
I
said that you
abstained on everything.
abstained.
I abstained on everything.
So
Because-
that again
But that
is
doesn't,
inconsistent with what you said previously.
no, what I did was I agreed. So,
But then you abstained on the motion. These are separate motions.
Okay.
Yeah.
well, I don't find it inconsistent. I mean, basically what it is that this is what you're telling me that that you want me to do, and so I'm willing to do it, and that's basically it.
Are you willing to do it, though, because you want to change? You want to address the issues?
I'm not even gonna discuss that, Marguerite. I
All
am
right.
not going into
Okay,
my
that's
psychology.
fine. All right, are we in agreement? There's no motion to direct Director Chan to participate in discussions with staff.
So is this being tabled or removed?
I'm tabling and I'm directing the general manager to work explicitly with the SMT and through those channels to engage with staff who have been impacted in a, restorative healing process.
One comment is that my hope would be that, that all employees would be able to have a mediated discussion with a director, any director, should it ever be needed. So that staff know that that is a possibility.
I will raise my hand to that.
Agree, yeah.
So. There you have that. Okay. We are moving on to 14.3, which is to, we said at the beginning of this process that at the conclusion of the investigation and action taken by the board, that we would consider the position of vice president. And in May, Director Gomez was appointed, Director Chan voluntarily stepped down as vice president. In May, we elected Director Gomez to be interim president when it was at least foreshadowing that this might take a little bit longer than a few weeks, to serve pending the results of investigations and until such further action the board may take at a future meeting. That future meeting is today. So we will basically proceed to nominate, and we can proceed to nominate and elect a new vice president or vote to have Director Gomez continue serving as interim vice president until a new vice president is elected during the first regular board meeting. But our first vote, I believe, is whether to return Director Chan to the role of vice president.
It's actually it's on whether or not to remove her as vice president, because her voluntary stepping down was
So we have to
until-
vote, so the vote is whether to remove Director Chan as vice president of the board. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Smith, seconded by Director Lewis. Is there public comment?
None.
Is there other board discussion?
Can I make a short comment?
Yes.
I'm trying not to say much today, and then my votes
And it's still 5:06.
My votes are a little different than everyone else, so what I was hoping to get out of this was focusing on the future, right? Whether it be obtaining coaching, giving the director an opportunity to be in a position where we could notice change and improvement, which is why, some of those things I voted against taking away. And I thought that being a chair of a committee is an honorary thing. It's not a right, it's a privilege. And the same thing with the retirement committee, there was an allegation regarding something with the retirement committee. But I think the vice presidency is probably the most symbolic. I asked myself, what message would we send to our employees? And I would even ask the director that if there was any one of us, whereas, and if we read the whereas the investigator found paragraphs, if there are any one of us that were found to have done those things, what message would it send to our employees to put that person in a leadership position? So I'm going to be voting in favor of this one because I think we need to say to our employees, this is not acceptable for us. And the vice presidency, just like a committee chair, it's not a right, it's a privilege. You have to earn it. And, hopefully the director will take steps to, earn a second chance of that sometime in the future. But for now, I think this is an appropriate move to make.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call? Oh, public comment?
None.
Roll call, please.
Director Chan?
Abstain.
Director Gomez?
Yes.
She said yes.
Okay. Director Katz?
Yes.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Odie?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Aye.
President Young.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are at the point in the year where we have two meetings left. So before we actually vote on president and vice president for 2026, because we're now in one-year terms. So Director Chan is removed as vice president. We currently have an interim vice president. We could decide to keep our interim vice president until a new vice president is elected during the first regular board meeting of 2026, which seems to me, at least, to be the most obvious alternative.
Okay. I just kind of have a semantic question. If we chose somebody else, would they be a vice president or an interim vice president? Because I would just wonder why we would,
No, I think the choice is to keep our interim.
so we would just remove the interim tag. So it would
If
just
we
be the
elected
vice.
somebody else to be vice president now, they wouldn't be interim, they'd be the
But if-
vice president for 2 meetings.
But if we elected Director Gomez, she would be the interim?
If we would
I would
continue-
prefer to,
What do you want to do?
I want to nominate Director Gomez, but not as an interim, just as the vice president and be done with it.
I believe that Director Gomez is interested in retaining her interim title, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry. I proposed that last time as.
This is
a-
Director
so-
Gomez's proposal.
I proposed that last time as a way to just keep things as they are, and then there will be an opportunity.
Well, now there's a
but-
vacancy,
But
so,
now there is a vacancy, so it's up to. the
Well, now
board.
there's a vacancy, that's true.
well, I'd still prefer not to have the interim tag. I mean,
All right,
if
well,
you
I'm.
want to make a substitute motion, feel
Yeah.
free.
Okay, so we,
Yeah.
so are you nominating, well,
Yes, I
that we're
did.
gonna elect a new vice president?
And I was
That is the
nominating
motion.
Director Gomez.
Well, no, we have to, it's two separate motions.
Oh,
Two
okay.
separate motions, I believe.
Okay.
We have to open, we have the choice of retaining the interim vice president or or electing a new vice president.
right now, it's a vacancy, so you can just nominate.
Okay.
Open up
So
nominations.
let me open the floor of nominations for vice
I
president.
already nominated Director Gomez.
And Jim just nominated Director Gomez.
Director
Do you want to?
Katz.
I seconded.
One
Oh,
minute.
and Director.
I will second the nomination and state that, we don't have a standing position of interim vice president. We have, a president and a vice president, so I think this nomination will fulfill the position that we ordinarily have.
Okay, all right. We have a motion and a second to nominate Director Gomez as, elect Director Gomez as vice president. We
I
need a
just-
roll, public comment?
No public comment. I just have one question. Director Gomez, you accept a nomination?
Yes, I do.
Yes, she
Okay,
did.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, roll call. Up, looks like we have
One hand,
one hand.
Oh,
yes.
here we go.
Katie Barnett.
Katie Barnett?
Hello. I'm just following along, but I don't think this is on your agenda, which would make it a
Yes, it
Brown
is.
Act.
It is.
No, it is.
It is. on
It's
there.
14.3.
But voting a new, voting on vice president to replace.
Yeah, the agenda language is sufficient to put the public on notice of the actions to be taken, and it's explained further in the staff report, so.
Okay, my mistake. Carry on.
Is that it? Thank you. Thank you for keeping us on on the Brown Act. Okay, roll call.
Director Chan?
Abstain.
Director Gomez?
Yes.
Director Katz?
Yes.
Director Lewis?
Yes.
Director Odie?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Aye.
President Young?
Yes. Okay. Go back to, congratulations, Director Gomez,
Vice President Gomez.
Vice President Gomez. We're now on agenda item. So this position will stand until officer elections happen at the first regular meeting. Okay. Agenda item 15.
Yeah,
General
so
manager's
attached
report.
is the general manager report. I'll just note, we are tracking water sales. That's an important piece. Just as a point of reference, through October, the water production is down about 5% compared to last year. October 2025 production was the second lowest October dating back to 1961. So, our heavy water sales months is behind us, so our water sales are down a bit. And similarly, the revenue is down a bit. So we'll continue to track that, and I'll report back to the board at future meetings. And at your places is the Speakers Bureau. Yes, Director Chan.
Actually, I was going to make a response, but I'll do it during director comments. So.
That's the end of my reports.
Okay.
Can I just say thank you for your reports? Really appreciate the detail and
It's very comprehensive. Okay, we are now on to, other items for future consideration. I think we're clear on that. If you have other items that you would like to see the board take up. We did have one from today, which is moving the discussion of telematics to the Finance and Administration Committee for further discussion and review, in addition to continuing the meet and confer process. I don't think there's anything else that was raised today. We're now on to director comments. If you've already submitted written comments or reports to the secretary, I'm guessing not, are there verbal director comments or reports? Jim?
I'll rattle mine off really fast because there were some fun ones. So on the 15th, honored to attend the Grant Elementary Zun Water Assembly in San Leandro. So big kudos to Christine Byrne for all the hard work she does there. On the 18th, there were two events in San Leandro, one by our county assessor on an ADU workshop, and the other was Supervisor Lena Tam's Emergency Preparedness Fair. We were a co-sponsor of that, and we had presence at both, so it was nice to see our people out there. Last week, went to the Alameda City Council meeting with Mona, and there was an agenda item for the easement for the San Leandro Channel Crossing project, and that was passed on the consent calendar, so good job there. And then it was Saturday, right? I attended with Director Lewis, the NAACP Oakland Branch Annual Freedom Gala, as we were a sponsor, and it was really nice that we had a video tribute to Director Patterson, so because he was really instrumental in helping that organization become very prominent, so very moving.
I think I can provide them in writing afterwards. So, yeah. Sorry, I didn't prepare my remarks.
I will also provide my comments in writing. I do want to, actually, though, we do have just a question. We have an atmospheric river coming tomorrow?
Today, yeah.
Today, now, maybe it's
It's
raining
starting
outside, I don't know.
Tonight it'll end tomorrow morning.
Oh, it'll end tomorrow morning?
Yes.
I couldn't wait till tomorrow morning and then like clear just a tiny bit so that we could see the northern lights tonight? No.
Roberto, please do something about that next time.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, what geomagnetic storm, I mean, what, unprecedented.
About 4 a.m. it's supposed to start raining.
Oh,
Okay,
Director Katz, hands.
Oh, Director Katz.
Director Katz?
Yes, I'll just like to briefly report that I attended the Berkeley Mayor State of the City address. And then previous to that, the California Environmental Law Conference in Yosemite. And today I'm attending our board meeting remotely from Belém, Brazil, where the Conference of the Parties for the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP30, is occurring. We have had many atmospheric rivers practically daily. This is right at the mouth of the Amazon River, and it reminds us that preserving the forests, preserving our working lands is so critical. But everything that we can do to prevent climate change and accelerate a just transition is important for our water future and everything that our climate depends on.
Thank you. Director Chan?
Yeah, I hope everything that you guys voted on today is consistent within policies of East Bay Mud Board. That's one thing. And the second thing is that the item ended so abruptly that I didn't even get a chance to read my statement, which I'd really like to do right now. So I just wanted to point out, this investigation arose not from misconduct, but from retaliation. After I disclosed the $279 million in undisclosed internal fund transfers, I became the target of escalating scrutiny by the board leadership. Last March, an incident involving a visitor to the building, later used to justify this inquiry, was distorted into claims of racism and aggression. 2 independent investigations found no such evidence and confirmed there was no misconduct, violence, or racism in my actions. And then the pattern and the expanding scope and shifting standards and invoking the board's handbook, section 4.0, which did not exist at the time of the alleged offense, reflects not oversight, but retribution. Applying a policy retroactively is procedurally improper and undermines the integrity of a legitimate review. I was able to withstand this process only because of legal counsel, because I had access to legal counsel and widespread community support. Future directors who are accused may not have those resources and support. They would be disadvantaged in truly representing their constituents. This precedent threatens the independence of every elected official who challenges internal process. The Oppenheimer Investigations Group identified no violation of law or East Bay MUD policies. Every allegation of discrimination or racial bias was not sustained. A prior safety investigation of East Bay MUD Security Department confirmed that I was the individual targeted and not threatened with violence. The other party's conduct was found to violate East Bay MUD's workplace violence prevention policy. The investigator found no misconduct occurred. Misconduct means a violation of law, policy, or ethical duty. It is an objective term and should not be confused with subjective terms like values. Rather than identifying a rule that was broken, the report substitutes subjective values, such as respect and teamwork, for objective standards of conduct. Values describe aspirations and not obligations. Treating them as enforceable policies blur the lines between lawful dissent and disfavored speech. Several complaints referenced in the report predate the adoption of the revised governance manual, which was approved in November 2024. Applying those provisions retroactively is improper and creates new grounds for discipline after the fact. Some of the accusations date back to February 2023, when no such standards even existed. Moreover, certain allegations in the report are based on misrepresentations of events that occurred during the earlier period, compounding the unfairness of applying new rules to old facts. Policies cannot be written and enforced retroactively to convert past acceptable conduct into new violations. Doing so undermines fairness, erodes confidence in the process, and sets a dangerous precedent for future boards. The investigators' reliance on aspirational language further compounds the problem. Using terms like respect or collegiality as enforcement tools converts perception into policy and rewrites the rules mid-process. This approach turns subjective discomfort into a disciplinary trigger, particularly dangerous when directed as a whistleblower engaged in oversight. Such procedural shortcuts damage institutional integrity. Oversight requires independence and candor. It cannot survive if disagreement is treated as misconduct. The integrity of the institutions depends on depends on protecting those who question internal processes in good faith. When oversight is met with retaliation, accountability fails. Lastly, the issue of Board President Young's decision to reassign the reading of the Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month statement to a non-Asian colleague remains unsettled in the API community. In previous years, I read the statement as the only API member of the board. How we treat one another, especially during moments to celebrate inclusion, reflects the integrity and values of leadership. This behavior affects the community and not just me, and this must be addressed. That is what I would have read if the item didn't end so suddenly, and also to say that I attended the Castro Valley Sanitary District open house, and also to add and to thank the County Board of Supervisors for my recent appointment to the Consumer Affairs Commission as of last week. That's the end of my remarks.
Director Lewis? Do you have anything to add? You want to submit written
I'll
comments?
write the things that
Okay.
I attended, thank you.
All right. I have babysitting duty in 25 minutes. We are going to adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned.